Hello. Hello. How will I finish Guys, what's wrong with my shit today? Dude, I messed with my OBS. It calls for me. Bro, I'm thinking V. If I didn't have only 30 minutes. Are we back? What's the delay, guys? How is the delay? Should I reset the stream, or we think we're good? Hi, Aaron. I'm so sorry, guys. Seems good. I hope there's not any delay. Guys, what if I fucked up my stream settings while messing with things? That's what I'm nervous about. And well, it's not a graphics thing. It might be just my internet.
I mean, I knew you would come, but
Priority high.
I have
Render.
come.
It might be the internet, low key. Guys, I can't wait for them to bring heckin' Hi, Kalani, how are you? Maybe, because you started as me as your true V, true. Wait, I showed you, Lizard. It's not good, I'm sorry. I could do better, I promise. I promise.
I feel like it's been a while since we ran into each other like
You're
this.
not here, Zavi, yet. You're not in the game yet, Zavi. I look like I have a ball for a nose. Okay, I'll do your nose better. But I was trying to do like a Yoshi-esque nose.
Now the main problem area
Jopka,
going on up here is what's causing
It's going to be scuffed, guys. Remember, if I make you in this game, when I try the demo, okay, yeah, send it. Just know it's gonna not be good if I make. I'm not good at like the controller art. I'm not good at the stick art. Yeah, I think so. I'm going down the list. I am Delta. I am. It is. I hope it's okay. I don't want to like. If people don't want me to make them, just like let me know, or like I won't stream this game if it's embarrassing people. Mega, hi. Saren. I think I have to make Saren still. Am I her lizard? Oh, I have to actually jump Mega up the list too. Oh yeah, I made, dude, MK Cyborg. I think MK Cyborg looks cute. What's wrong, MK Cyborg? Mech. What's up, cutie? What's up? What's going on?
I feel like it's been a while since
It
we ran
has
into
been.
each other
Are you
like
doing
this.
okay,
Mom,
buddy?
I want to brag about something.
Yeah, talk to
If
me,
only
girl.
I had a treasure that would leave everyone gobsmacked.
I promise. This is like this. I can't make you a different orange unless I don't know how. I might not know how, but out of all the skin colors, you were either gonna be orange or like I'll show you. Like I was also saying the same thing. I was just like, there's no like soft orange, no reds. It's really red. I can do it. So the first seasonal. Do I gotta stop playing this game and play it? Nothing says like a roll of toilet paper. You're not wrong. I could create something. Mech, what do you like? What do you like, Mech? You're here. Oh, I could give you a treasure too. Wait, I can give you a racing. They keep calling me back. I love you, lizard. Wow. I could also create something. I wish I had like. I'll give you. Can I not give you an action movie? A fly swatter. Having a toilet paper. I can give you a slime. I'm gonna give you a slime. You have a pet slime now. I don't know why, but you'll have a slime now, okay? Let me take you. I'll show you the red. You can decide. I can make you get slimed. How do I edit me? Okay, it's either this or do you like these reds? Oh, I guess this red actually might be good. Which red do you, is this red okay? Or did you want a deeper one? That's this one right here, right? I'll fix up your ears too. W. Okay. I'll later do a stream where I'm like, it fixes everybody me's. Oh, do I have to like, I'm gonna have to mess with your ears. Can I just fill tool it? Can I just fill tool this? Fix me up? I'll try. But oh my god, I can fill tool it. W. All right, mech, you are fixed for now until I get good. Until I get my dude, I'm gonna be so powerful. I'm gonna be so powerful when I get the stylus for the Switch. Y'all laughing now, but when I get the stylus for the Switch, it's over. I'm gonna Saren's a dude, right? That's probably not me panicking about what gender my friends are. Oh, Lizard sent me. Oh, okay. I saw what Lizard sent me a good thing of his. All right. Tomodachi life, Saren. Hope skull. Oh wait, what the hell? I didn't create curse lizard, I promise. Dude, sorry, my chat just like glitched for a second. If I missed any, I'm at Saren, the demon wolf. God, he's so hot. That's my friend right there, the demon wolf. I'm 10th on the list. I'm slow. It's okay. It's okay. Saren's like a well, I think he's. Ooh, is he the darker one? I think he's the darker one with blonde hair. How's everyone's day going, by the way, today? What kind of shenanigans are we up to today? Are we happy? Are we sad? Are we mad? Are we glad? Are we... I'm not on the list. Are you on the list? It's in my Discord. / I'll make viewers as they appear, as people appear, but I want to give priority to the people who actually like signed up. Oof, Death Star, what? What did I do? What did I do, Death Star? Work until I drop, then play Forza. Bro, tonight? Oh, fuck, I have workout tonight. I don't want to work. Delta, you work out for me. I don't want to work out. Oh, I canceled something. What did I cancel? Lund Master, you don't want me to. I'm so bad at these. I'm so bad at these. But you know what? I'm trying. Does that count for at least a little? Does that count for at least a little that I'm trying? Or does it not count at all? Let me know. Let me know. Do I just suck ass? That's W. Okay, to make these, we'll do eyebrows. Darren kind of has like anime-esque eyebrows that are black. And then for the eyes, does he have black scleras? Say word, he does. I wish it was easier to edit scleras in this. I roughly recreated my Lamborghini. I haven't seen it yet. I need to. Lund, I'll make you. I want to make everybody. I'm gonna make all of my friends. I might draw the eyes on. I wonder what Corgi does. What gives, oh, Lund, my heart. Marry me. I mean, oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, I'm one of those furries. The ones where you're nice to me for not 0.2 seconds and I instantly I'm like, I'm in love. I'm in love. Furries after 2 hours of knowing you. Have my babies. You're gonna be Beavis for a day? W Beavis. Hi Dippies, how are you? It's good to see you. Oh, Saren. I'm gonna destroy Saren's asshole. Because I need... Oh, he's got that slit in his eye. That's also black, but the thing around his... They should actually allow you to color the do they? Oh, wait, I'm high, guys. Oh my god, I should have not have... What is that color? It's like magenta, but like... But it's bolder. Kind of like that. Like a magenta-esque thing. Tavish, how are you? I've been looking at stars. Stop, I want to play the Old Republic. I've got an itch. I've got an itch to scratch about Star Wars The Old Republic. I need it. Where's the actual eyeball itself? I don't want the eyeball, you know? I love your cute suit. Ah, Fred! Shucks, bye. I love you too. Dude, the Old Republic is so fun. Honestly, like, I would sub to it personally because I really enjoy it, but you actually don't need to sub to that game to really actually enjoy. Ma'am! I lick my eyeball. Going to send you some full body. Sounds good. Lizard, 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 lizard. Gizzard, gizzard, gizzard. Asriel, what's shaking? How's it going? It's good to see you. All right, let's start with the wolf nose. I forgot how I was doing these. I actually forgot how I was doing it. Yeah, you get like 8 actual whole ass stories. I would actually be intrigued if they added a new class. I think that would really like, it would be a lot of work. But I think oh, how was I making the furry noses? Shit, I'm screwed. I forgot how I was making the noses. Well, during a story, I mean, your friends can join you on your story missions if you want. So like the story ones, it'll tell them they can't enter before you, but if you enter your own story missions and party up with them, they can walk into and they'll just be alerted that it's your story. It's not going to give them any progression. I mean, unless they're the same class as you, it'll still give them progression. But yeah, it'll just be like they're allowed to walk in with you. I think that's what I liked about the Star Wars MMO. Oh my god, I don't know how to do a nose. You can see, like, they can watch your thing. No, I'm over smash and passes. I'm bored of them now. I don't know what I did for these. I'm trying to cook. That's like, that was close to what I did. No. No, that was the cult one. Maybe I could do it. Maybe I could do something, but I've got other ideas is my thing. I'm going to shit myself because I forgot how to do canine noses. Oh, is it because it's fucking on smooth right now? Why do they look exactly like you? No, it's my friend. It's my friend Saren. Careful what you say. He'll put you in his stomach. Oh my god. Guys, we're gonna be playing with Attic soon. I figured I could log on and squeeze in a quick me design before you got on. I'm gonna fix this person after because I just realized the time and I almost gotta play with Attic soon. I found out BioWare, bro, shout out to anybody who remembers the game Jade Empire. If you were a Jade Empire fan, we're automatically homies now. We're automatically homies now. That looked more of like a bat ear. Oh, I need that smoothness. Hold on. Hook me up with that smoothness, baby girl. No. What is wrong with me drawing fucking bat ears? I wonder if you could draw. I did. I mean, I made Mech. Mech is also our local bunny boy. Is it good? No, but I tried for him. I tried for him, and that's what counts. What am I then? An idiot sandwich? A bunny boy or a rabbit? I mean, y'all are both rabbits. Nurse, thank you for the lurk. I am Big Rabbit, and I'm here to crush you. I'm here to crush you, oh baby. Oh baby, come here, I'm here to crush you. Oh, my baby juicy, oh. Oh, you like it when mommy talks to you like this? Now be a good little boy. Jesus, Savvy. Plus, I'll be more into it as much. I love 14, but I'm in a lull. I'm in a lull for 14, and I don't know why. I've been trying to I can't get the magic back, bro. I can't get the magic that I loved about 14. I don't know why. Ah! I am slowly, only because I gotta play games with Attic soon. We gotta do more Subnautica shenanigans. What am I doing in your ear? I'm literally doing nothing. Oh, that, never mind. No, I was doing something. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You're focused at work. That's my fault. My fault, big bro. My fault. It will happen again. No, I'm joking. Can you imagine? But I become Vieira. Oh god, dude, I want to try. Dude, I'm excited to hear the new classes. I'll actually say that. I'm actually excited to learn about the new classes. How am I gonna do this? Man, it's not my day to make me's today. I should just give up today. Guys, I should just give up on stream. I should give up everything. Oceanity, how's it going? Hi, Yoshi. Yoshi. I love Oshi. Oshi, what's shaking, girly? How's it been? What it be? What it do? I love you. Wait, Delta's here. Delta, shouldn't you be modding a corgi stream right now? Good. Hama's, I think, doing better. He's got most of his shit back. He ended early. I was watching his stream. He ended early because he was able to access his Google account finally. So W is mostly, I don't blame you. This game is addicting. Even if I'm bad at it, I didn't think you could be bad at Tomodachi Life, but I found out I sucked at this. So but you know what? I'm having fun, and that's what counts. And you guys come here to watch you draw me while I'm stoned. Watch me draw you. Without layers, it's so hard. I know, still his day off. Oh, nobody knew, Delta. Nobody knew. I wonder what Corgi does on his day off. Do you think that's wife time? Do you think he gets wife time? Do you think he gets steppies on that day? You think he gets laid? I'm joking. I'm joking. No, there's no way bro gets laid. Yeah, it's so funny, Delta. I love it. Bamfies, hi, lovey. Jacked off a lope. How are you? Get your wee moist. Ew. Ew. Why did I say ew to that? I'm so sorry. Draco, hi. Okay, what did Saren fill out? Saren wants to be somewhat tall. Somewhat chumbies. Oh my god. W chumbies, guys.
My name is Saren.
That's perfect. You're male. Dating preferences. Female? Oh shit! I thought bro was pansexual. Say a word. The 19th? 28? Oh, bro didn't. Eats voraciously? Bro, that's in his notes.
My name is Saren. It's nice to meet you. Today is the 21st of May, 2026. So, my name is Saren. It's my name is Saren. It's nice to meet you. Today is the my name is Saren. My name is Saren. My name is Saren. It's nice to meet you. My name is Saren. It's nice to meet you. My name is Saren. It's nice to meet you. Today.
That one, it sounds whimsical. No, you're not related to anybody. You're quick. You're polite. Energy is flat-ish. Could have fooled me. Chill. Overall, there we go. And Saren is done. W. Sarah, hi, how are you? Eats voraciously is a fun quirk. Wait, is that a real quirk? How do you add people in? I just keep idealistic and romantic. Wait, this is actually Saren. Dwin, hi, how are you? Timu hackers real. I want to learn. I actually low-key want to learn to hack to protect my friends. Which is a bold eating styles. That's so funny. We'll put him by mech. One day, I hope. Is it easy to edit your city, Yoshi? Oshi, I mean. Sorry, I called you Yoshi.
Easygoing dreamer. I know I can't
Like if I wanted to.
I gotta
Sorry.
keep my anxiety bottled up where
Is
it
it-
belongs.
Where
You
it
seem
belongs, I keep my
I'm sure we'll
anxiety
get
belong. Sorry, is it easy to edit like your layout Because I might want to change the, I might want to add a beach. I might want to like, where's Attic? Is Attic live? Is Attic ready to stream? Sorry, I paired like multiple questions in one go. Let me know when you're ready. Attic just went live? Foo, 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 foo. Okay, let's at least do one more event before we wrap up. Bro, he's singing. Hope, what's wrong? Hope's shitting herself right now. I adore you, Sarah. I believe in you and everything you do. I adore you. No, wrap up as in like I'm gonna be playing a game with somebody else. I was just doing
Yip, yip.
a Cobalt 2 months. What does pink bubble moment mean?
We haven't had the chance.
What is
catch
pink
up
bubble?
recently. It may just be my imagination, but
Oh no.
I have a nagging feeling.
No,
that
we're
Andy
friends.
Bond
We're
is
just friends. We're best friends forever. Cobalt, thank you so much. We're best friends forever. It's just your imagination.
Oh,
Sorry. Like, when it comes to romance, it can only happen between fellow kids or between fellow adults. Yeah, it better be. Wednesday asked you if I sound romantic, so I thought that was worth mentioning. Okay. What is Attic? Oh god, guys. I'm sorry, I really ruined Attic.
Huh. I feel like it's been a while since we
First
ran
time
into each
seeing
other like
it?
this, Mom. I'm kind of peckish. Feed me, please.
Creamy corn soup? Wait, a rose cake? Oh my god, eat this shit! Eat this
my.
right now! Put it in your mouth! Damn right you enjoy it. Damn right you enjoy it. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
What makes you feel
Playing video games,
a bit
honestly.
of escapism?
Yeah. Where's Attic? Oh, in 3 minutes. Jesus, 3. What is Ghosty excited about? Ghosty's got his dick up his own ass. What's up, Ghosty?
Let's play some
I forgot the fur. I forgot the fur on Saren. Guys, help me with this one, okay?
Your first zoomed in item.
Okay, what's up?
What do you think this is?
What is this, guys? Fried spring rolls, pumpkin pie. It has to be celery. It has to be celery. Am I right? Or am I wrong?
And the answer is some celery.
Bro, that's
Next
so
up,
realistic.
your second zoomed in item. What do you think this is?
What? A kettle? It has to be a kettle. Finlay High! It's not a slime because slimes are green. It's a kettle,
And the
guys.
answer is a kettle.
Okay, lock in.
And
Last
finally,
one.
the
Last one,
zoomed in
guys.
item. What do you think this is?
What? Chat 1, 2, or 3. Stuffing, corn dog, or somebody's crusty mouse pad. Guys, 1, 2, or 3. Stuffing, corn dog, or ravioli. Stuffing, corn dog, or ravioli. It could be the mustard on a corn dog. 1, 2. Lund, I'm trusting you. 1. What? You guys think it's 1? You guys think it's stuffing? You're out of your mind if you think it's stuffing. There's no way this is stuffing. You guys 100% believe it's stuffing. I will go with you if you think it's stuffing. I'm not on the menu, Finlay. I'm not on the menu, Savvy. I'm gonna guess 2. Sarah, I'm trusting you.
The correct answer is stuffing.
What do you mean?
Oh well, you can't win them all.
What do you...
Here, take this as a consolation
What do
prize.
you mean? I am Foodle. Knew it. Okay, we gotta listen. We gotta listen. Lizard, what's wrong? What's up, Lizard? Happy.
Hello.
Hi, sweetie. You look so
My
cute.
look is lacking something.
My look is like,
Could you
okay.
give me a top that matches this outfit?
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Oh, Lizard. Lizard, but you in a tailored jacket though, Lizard? I said don't worry, Sarah. Ooh, okay, I see you, Lizard. I see you. I see you. You gonna get girls now. You gonna get bitches now. They're lined up for Lizard right now. They're lined up. Saren, what's up? Guys, I gotta play with Attic soon.
Hello?
This is the last one.
I've been strolling around the island lately.
I keep
Since
tripping.
then, how about building some...
Okay, what do you have in mind? You do it for me, because I'm lazy. You do it for me, I'm lazy. Yeah. That's fine.
It will cost $10. What say you, construction
Bro,
superintendent?
would it,
Shall we get this
who, constrict away?
all right?
Who's getting paid $10 to build
construction
roads? They DM me? Okay, I'll try. Where me adorable?
Hold on.
Did you put your, are you in my
It
Discord?
looks so
If not,
good.
send me like what your
Please take a
character
look.
looks like and I can add you in. I made a list in my Discord for people to submit like their forms and everything, but you've single-handedly paid off my credit card debt, so like you can text me. That me? Okay, W. Hi, Mr. John, how are you? Wait, where's Attic? Where's Attic? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up. I'm gonna shave. I'm gonna save and... Oh, we reached rank 8. I'm gonna save and we got some Subnautica to play, guys. We got some Subnautica to play. Cherry Blossom Iced Tea! Cherry Blossom Iced Tea! I don't know, anything. Sure, yoga. You are going to shave? I'm gonna shave. I shaved the... Wait, guys, can I tell you a story? Wait, can I tell you guys a story real quick? How do I save? Okay, story time. No, wow. Okay, wait. Story time. Story time. After I don't fuck up my my everything here. HDMI outwards. You have to go like a get in there, wiggle in, wiggle in. Ah, nice shot, perfect. Wait, Attic's ready. Attic's ready. I think we tell Attic the story too. Oh, is there ads? Okay. Hold on. Guys, are you ready for Attic? I hope you're ready for Attic. Story time. Hello?
I hope.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm happy to see you.
I'm happy to see you too.
I was going to go into story time and then you were ready. I was wondering if you wanted to hear said story time.
No. But now that I'm here, I don't want you to tell it.
I don't want you to tell it. You tell it that. No, I'm joking.
Okay, guys. So this morning, I woke up with a fucking raging, throbbing boner.
Oh my god, I wish. Me without my dick. Okay, wait. Let's stream together.
Before you. Oh wait, yeah. Okay, let me do that. Before anything, I've been asked to address the allegations.
Okay.
That you are, in fact, the weed pope, the pope of weed, and that you have a direct line of communication to weed Jesus.
I kind of do though, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot out of me to like do any of that, like to ascend, because I have to. You have to, when your soul leaves your body temporarily, it's a weird fucking adjustment. And you gotta not freak out.
Thank you. See what you started. We pet hope.
Okay, wait. Did you invite me? Did you want me to start it? Did you start it?
I invited you. Yeah. Do you want to do a shared chat before you do, so I can see all of your chat and go, "What the fuck?" to whatever you say.
Yeah, that works. That works.
Okay.
That works. Wait, notify.
Everybody say hi to Hope's chat.
Wait, are we shared chat on?
Yeah,
kiss chats, kiss everybody. Now Keith, us like with our action fingers,
yeah, like smashing them together.
Yeah. All right, my quick story time. I'm gonna boot up Subnautica 2 as we're speaking, but my friends, my quick story time. I'll give you. I'll let you. Anyways, point is, guys. I went to go weigh myself and it was a little late wait, and I looked down and I was like, man, 256, like that's okay though, because I just finished like a meal. It's midday, it's evening, you know, my weight's gonna be a little different from the usual morning.
Is this the fucking story you told me about?
Yeah. So then,
oh my god.
So then, chat, friends, but I just realized as I weigh myself, I was like, guys, I gotta take a massive dump.
I should have said no to story time.
And then I take it about a 30 minutes pooping session. About a 30-minute pooping session. Right, I'll get to you in a second. A 30-minute pooping session. I'm like, what if, you know? And I went back to weigh myself. It said 253 pounds. It said 253 pounds. I lost 3 pounds after pooping. Does that mess with you guys?
Now, be honest. Were you just like, did you look at it and just go, sweet PB? Or like...
PB, yeah. New PB. I've lost 4 ones.
Next you go for 4.
Next, yeah, we have to push for 4. Ragna, thank you for the resub at 34 months. I appreciate you. Damn, Hope was full of shit. Moments like this is why you're based, Hope. Why do people watch me? Oh no.
Vutal, hi.
Vutal.
Fiber maxing. Jesus Christ.
Fiber maxing is crazy.
I'm in the game anyway, but don't forget to change your PNG tuber over.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, I gotta... Okay, oh my god, Subnautica, can you have normal visual settings for 2 seconds, please?
Yeah, I've just turned my, Wait, why is it loading shaders again? What the fuck are you doing?
I'm not even lying. Like all of my settings that I have edited before is now back to like highest graphics and like Restarting the game is strongly recommended. I'll show you, but it's gonna go back. This, what is that? What is that setting, chat slash you Attic? Is that like, how come when I change my graphic settings and everything, and then the next time I come play the game again, it's back to its default?
Yeah, I don't know. I like, you know what pisses me off that happens sometimes? Have you ever had it where you plug in a new device to your computer and it goes installing drivers for new device, and you go, okay, fine, whatever, and then you plug it back, like the next time you plug it in, it's like installing drivers for the new device, and I'm like, what the fuck do you mean?
So what do you mean? I just did
every
this.
time it's
Oh, it was a reset thing? Okay. This is why you wait yourself in the morning? That is true, Ragnar. I gotta do that. This, Sub Hope, also Warhammer 40X, Warhammer and Helldivers are getting a crossover?
Yeah, the next collab crossover. You know that they did like Halo and shit.
Yeah, I do remember that.
40K.
That's crazy.
Pretty cool. It definitely has surprised me.
Hell. Nothing like dropping off. I actually low-key miss Robot Chicken. Yeah. Bok.
Conversely to your weight loss story, I have been I watched Kurtz's video about Ozempic, and they talked about like food noise. And
yeah. Food noise. You were saying like, wow. Yeah.
I was like, whoa, I'm not actually insane. And all these, like, the thing is, like, not to get like too into it, but my father has always been like, you're fat, you need to lose weight. Just don't eat. Just don't eat as much. I like, oh, just quit. Just stop. And I'm just like, I literally cannot. Like, it's not. I can't just go, cool, all right, I've just cut out all my fucking food and eat nothing.
Right.
Cardboard. Cool, I'm cured. But I've always kind of been told, like, no, you're wrong. You can just do that, kind of thing. And so to see in this video,
oh my God,
it's like a real thing that people
struggle with.
Kind of in a way made me be like, okay, so I'm not actually insane, and this is a real thing. Like, I've always been made to feel like bad for it. But in a weird way, maybe like now that I know it's a thing, and that you know, I know that it is psychological or whatever, I am maybe able to like fight it a bit better.
Yeah.
Like, more aware of
you
it.
kind of like are aware of it. There's a hot phase. Dude, my graphics today for Subnautica 2, maybe it just needs to warm up to the game, but I was like stuttering a little bit.
Yeah, mine doesn't feel super. I mean, the thing is, what's annoying is on my screen, it looks amazing. When I look on OBS, it looks a little bit choppy. I don't know if that's coming through actually on stream, but I can assure you it looks fine on my side.
Wait, can I ask for people on my side? How's the volume of this game? Is it too loud? Can we hear Attic, friends, or like, do I need to change anything? Let me know.
Yeah, it's weird, Ash, because it's literally like, oh, we do have a base. It's literally like 60 FPS, buttery smooth on my side.
Yeah,
okay. It's just.
It is weird, yeah. No, I pressed Alt F4. Oh, hi.
Hello. Is it like choppy, like really bad, like to the point that it's unwatchable?
Thank you for the lurk, Safi.
Is it minimal? Because I genuinely can't tell. On my side, it looks like it's ever so slightly rough. And like Hope's over here, like I would know. Streaming PC.
I don't have a 2 PC setup.
Oh, you don't at the minute?
I don't. Mine kind of like bollocks and like bollocksed up, and like I fixed it up a little bit, but like it would have cost another like hundreds of dollars to send it over as well.
Sorry, wait, did you just say bollocks up? That's cultural appropriation. That's our word.
I'm gonna. Bro.
Hey. Oh,
Don't make me
then I'm gonna start
Canadianize
saying
you.
Canadian things. Ooh, I'm about to go in me superoon.
Good.
Let's
I'm
go.
Canadianizing you. I'm colonizing you. I'm colonizing you.
I'm going to go find a moose. Let's go. Ooh, the moose.
Holy shit. Fake gamer, I'm sorry. We're so bad. You two are stupid. I love you.
You're so right.
You can colonize the Eddie. Damn, that's crazy.
Nice. Fucking smooth.
Smooth. Okay, I reloaded that. All right. So what's our mission? We need to climb up the we need to climb up the tech tree. What? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, we've already done that thing. We've already done the thing for heat tolerance. So now we can go to the hot zone. Have we been to the hot zone yet?
We've dabbled in it, but it was a little like although we had the heat upgrade, it was still kind of like, man, I need food and water. Hope could come. Let's guys. Wait, what is this? A rebreather? Wait, can we make a rebreather? Because we don't have one.
Yeah, we won that. Okay, that's our next plan then. I'll go and get the stuff for the fiber mesh.
Wait, we have fiber mesh though. Or we can make fiber mesh. One. Oh, we need one more strong acid. How do we make strong acid again?
This thing over here. I got it.
Familion.
That appears to be what we were doing last time.
Hi, Leon. How are you?
Oh, yeah. No, the thing that I was going to say is that so today, I went food shopping with Theory yesterday.
Okay.
I was like, I'm gonna give myself like the strictest instructions of I'm only gonna buy, so that I can't overeat. I'm only gonna buy enough for me to eat set meals for like the next like 7 days.
Okay.
And you know, stuff like breakfast, getting ready, and everything. And I've eaten like a normal amount today, but I am so fucking hungry.
Yeah, it's the hardest thing. When I was starting my like dieting stuff and cutting out like ordering food and whatnot, it's the hardest thing 'cause I'm so used to either like late night snacking or like having like a midday, like, I don't know. I'm used to eating like right after stream and then like having like a burger from McDonald's or some shit like after, and then it's like, it's
yeah, the thing for
tough.
me is that because I'm just like, because I'm 6'6". I'm made something for you. What did you make?
Also, Attic is
like
quiet.
6'6".
Okay, I need to raise your volume. Keep talking though, because it'll help.
Oh, you made a clip. I see.
Is that better?
Yeah, no, because I'm like 6'6", and I'm a growing monster. I feel like I probably on average do need to eat like a bit more, but I'm cutting all that down. Oh, my tummy hurts.
A dedicated core?
Nice. Will that help us?
It might. We could make it. Can sustain basic AI functions the same as iron lung can sustain a person. I don't know. A discrete micro compress. It's probably for something bigger. I need a second fiber. Oh, perfect. You actually made some strong acid. Wait, we need to make you one too. Do you have a rebreather?
No, but I'm gonna very quickly go and grab the stuff that we need for it, because I know where it is.
Okay.
Do you remember those like cyst things we were looking for ages?
Yeah. Wait, I could make it, right? Or do we need more strong acid?
We need more
stuff for the strong acid? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
Dedicated Wampa server. That's actually a good question. Hi, Demetria. How are you, pretty girly? I wish I was food traumatized. I totally lost my appetite when I make food. Or wait, really? How do you get food traumatized? Is that like growing up?
Seek fresh water intake.
Leon, is it good?
Yushi, you say you wish, and let me tell you, the opposite end of the scale. Imagine being hungry 24/7, no matter how much you eat. It is the complete like other end of the spectrum. And I gotta tell you,
and it says
fucking
they're gonna
sucks.
stuff everything. Nate to you love Nate to you.
You know,
love
and you can
Nate
just
to
I
you,
can
love Nate
eat
to you, love Nate
like
to you, love
really
Nate to you,
unhealthy
love
amount
Nate
of
to you,
foods
love.
and still be like, damn.
And be
I wonder
like,
what I
I'm
can
still
snack on.
hungry. Me, like,
Like,
after
oh,
pounding
damn.
back like a Big Mac, a junior chicken, large fries, a milk, like I've.
Yeah, no. But the thing is, it sounds like a joke, but it's really not. Because like I can eat all that, and then I'll be like, I'm gonna play some games. Oh, I should get like a snack or something. And my brain's like, you should eat now, get more food. And it's like, you know, like logically, I'm like, brain, no, we don't actually need food. But then my body is like, no, you do. You're starving. You're actually dying of starvation.
You're actually
right now.
hungry.
You need more food.
Right.
I'm like, fucking sucks, man. Oh, Yui,
thank you for the 100 bits over here.
Thank you for the 100 bits here too. Although I'm not a boy.
Yeah, wait. Now, Yui, change it to girl. Quick.
Yeah, it's tough. But today, Ash, you asked how much I was aiming for, and it's a normal human amount. Don't worry. But I'm just like, I've cut back like so much, and I'm just like, I'm sat here and I just feel like I haven't eaten for a week.
Sly, hi, how are you? Smother, Chrono, you're getting smothered. I have that shit so many times.
Smothers.
Dude, I have like boredom eating sometimes. I've actually broken out of it, but I just used to eat. Like you said, oh, we're about to game. Of course I need a snack for gaming. And Lund even brought it up too. When smoking weed, I get like hungry, obviously. So I'm like...
Obviously.
Yes, Yui. The munchies. Okay,
Sorry. For anybody watching my side and wondering why I just did that, I didn't like that it wasn't automatically looking this way.
Wait, how do... Oh. Yeah.
The thing is, Yushi, you know what I used to get from my family was like, my family were just kind of like big eaters, and they'd make like a fucking big heaping massive plate full of food, and then be like,
I got your rebreather.
give me that shit right now.
Oh, I dropped this. Is that it?
Yippee! Yeah.
Yippee!
Yeah. My family, it was the kind that was like, oh, we've made you this ridiculous fucking huge heaping like plate full of food. Don't let any of it, like, make sure you eat your dinner.
Oh yeah, don't let it go to waste.
Then me eats all of it, and they're like, you're fat. I was like, oh, thanks.
Oh, thanks. Like,
cool.
I was gonna get in trouble if I didn't. Yeah, what could I have done?
Me fighting any boss in like Silk Song.
What could I? Oh my god, isn't that a real thing? Is that I'm finally at a point where if I take a soda and smack, turn on the PC, I forget and waste it.
Dehydration.
I used to be back more after. Wait, you waste it now, Lund? Is that a good thing? Oh, I need water, bro.
I think another thing that I've realized as well is that you know, like diet sodas have asphatamine in, which raises your appetite. But
yeah,
it's like a sugar alternative. Oh, Messi!
Oh my god, my leg!
Oh my god, it's Messi!
Leth, hi, I love you, how are you? Massey, welcome!
Oh my god, we love Massey. Guys, go give Massey some love. Massey's one of my mods and one of my besties. Massey, how was your stream? What were you doing? Can I get a shout out for Massey? Don't make Massey do it. Come on now. But also, can somebody in my chat do !boogie? You know you want to. Yeah,
I need water. I'm dying. I'm so dry.
Get some water then. Massey, how was your stream? I take it you were doing art. You normally are. Massey has done so much art for this channel. People on mine and Hope should go and follow Massey.
Yeah. Technically, I mean, I think everybody sees a Massey raid, so W. Click Massey's name if you see it. Also, thank you for 2 months. Oh my God, you stayed a subscriber? What a mistake you made. Give me your money.
Nice. Massey, if you got a raid and run, I love you and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the raid. And if you like scary fish game, me and Hope are playing it, being stupid.
User death of Nimina. Help me. I'm so hungry.
Here you go. Oh, I went to give you the water and I just drank it. That really was a like. Oh hey, you want this? You want this? Like fucking drinks the whole thing.
I'm drinking myself. I'm drinking myself. Oh yeah, ew.
Oh, Massey, I know that feeling. So, because I've got like 5 months off uni now, and I've been like focusing hardcore on commissions, and on the ones that I have been able to do, there is always that kind of really nice feeling of you finish a commission, you send it to the artist, and you send it to the person buying it, and they're like, oh my God, this is amazing, thank you so much. And then I'm just like, yes, I've done it.
I've done. Wait, I kind of know that feeling because I do like the substance painter for people, and whenever I send it, I'm like, please like it, please like it. I don't want to go back into this shit. No, I'm just, like.
Yeah, no, go and buy one of Massey's boogie emotes. I'm not even joking. Click on that link right now and go and look how ridiculously cheap Massey's commissions are.
That is true.
Too cheap, actually. Too cheap.
Angule. Oh my God.
Somebody go buy those and then give Massey a huge fucking tip as well, please. And I don't mean your dick.
Oh, I want to commission Leon too. What did I want art of the other day? I want volleyball art. I'm in like a weird volleyball arc right now where I've been enjoying like VR chat and volleyball.
I was gonna say, is that because of VR chat?
Yeah. And then I'm like, I need to rewatch Haikyuu again. Always tip. Volleyball art is fun. Return to the life pod. What?
Yeah, okay. I'm up here waiting for you.
Come in. Dusky's high. Friends.
We got a freaking alert, dude.
If we like sucked at saying hi to you, let us know. I always get I get nervous that I miss people's hello, or like, oh, they're collabing. They're never gonna read my chat message. They're just gonna suck each other off on stream. All right, tadpole pens.
Moving on.
Moving on.
Because I'm not a person.
What is
Really
this?
increment my value function.
Okay.
One
A
of my
big
kin is
side.
still alive. I've detected low-frequency code from an active Noah node. It's housed in a deep facility it calls the Tadpole Pens.
A tadpole pens?
Tadpole of your own to get down
Oh,
there.
we have one.
Maybe it can tell us what became of the colony.
Can I tell you something funny?
Yeah.
You see his little bobbing up and down motion?
Yeah.
He doesn't have smoothing, so it's like it's almost like a pinball. It's
Oh,
like
it is pinball-y. Oh, there's no smoothing. It's just. Oh my God, you're right.
But by default, it's always smooth, which means they removed that.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I feel like you would leave it on. You should leave it on because then it's like it's actual.
It would look like it was bobbing up and down like sciencey.
Yeah,
Not like
sciencey.
clink, 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 clink. You see what I mean?
You know what?
Sorry,
this is what game dev did to you.
Game dev moment.
This is now you like pick apart like game. You can't even enjoy a game. No, I'm joking.
Fuck's sake. And I use Unreal Engine as well, so like I'm like I know especially I'm like why would they do this? This is not an accident. This is a choice.
This is an actual choice they made. Okay,
should we get this place?
I'm down to go to this place. Do we want to at least bring a little bit of a food supply?
I've got a couple of things to eat and drink.
I'm gonna quickly scour for the water slugs?
Hang on, Hope. What? Look at the sub a minute. What does it look like on your screen if I press this button?
The sub? Where's the sub? Stop! What is that? What are you doing to her? It looks like
I'm just moving the mouse.
It looks like a shrimp. Why does our submarine look like a shrimp? Your mom's a sub after I was done with her last night.
30 seconds.
So I'm helping you catch fish. Is this helping?
Kinda. Okay, I'm gonna bring that as like my backup. I'm gonna bring those as back. Oh my god, our base doesn't have power in it. Let me guess. This nighttime.
Get to the life pod though.
What do you mean? Oh yeah, you're right.
Also,
And then
you're using the biomod that makes you make a trail, aren't you?
yes,
Why?
because I'll get lost. The other one
Okay.
seemed useless. What was the other one again? I don't even remember.
The other one that you mean the dash that makes you go super fast? Yeah, that sucks.
Wait, let me see now. Now I'm. Maybe I'll use it. I just get nervous because I lose direction.
No,
Where's the bio?
I got
Gotten.
it's in our base, or you can use the one in that building over there.
Oh. I'll change it later. I wanna get to where we're needing to go. Bro put a signal on us, right? The tadpole pens. Investigate. Stop.
Does that look cool?
Yeah. Leon, do you like drawing chubby characters?
Grab on. And then I go,
Actually, question for artists in the chat. Do you guys like drawing chubby characters, or can you draw chubby characters? All right, take us away.
Are you on?
Yeah, I'm in.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna leave the lights on just because it makes it look more atmospheric.
It is kind of atmospheric-y. I like characters of all body part. Yeah, but I gotta know if you could draw the chub. If you could draw fat. Oh my god, I'm actually scared. I don't want to be on the outside. Oh my god. You could draw my chub. I could draw it. Cute.
Chubby characters are peak. You know who draws really good chubby characters is Yorialu.
Oh,
God.
true.
She's so good at drawing like chubby characters.
I love when
Massey,
people practice the chub.
I don't know if you're still here, Massey, but if you got to do some post-stream care and like take care of yourself.
Oh yeah,
please
W
do.
Massey.
We love Massey.
Is it down there? Do we need to go down there? Where are you taking me?
Well, I'm just driving, dude.
Don't you want to go to the investigating ping on the left?
Water temperature rising.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, okay,
it's
okay.
cinematic, alright?
Oh, okay, my fault, my fault.
Are you on that side? Did I just smash you into the wall?
I was looking at it. That's why I was like sketched out. Maybe I get a different view. 1 minute. I mean, we're 100. Oh my god.
Approaching derelict structure. Echo analysis detects a precipitous silence. Be alert for a sudden drop in the seafloor.
Okay, we're here.
Oh, hold on. Are you still on?
Yeah. I want to get off. I want to get off. I want to go back in the base.
Okay.
I'm getting off.
Hang on.
I panicked. I'm going in this main for base. Let me in.
Hey.
Let me in. There's scary things outside.
And I'm one of them.
And I'm one of
Like
them. Like
zoinks.
zoinks. Where do you go in? Where's the entrance? Oh, I found it. There's parking.
Oh, should I have parked my...
Yeah, there's parking.
Genzo here.
Oh, okay. The thing is, I don't have a permit.
Tuba went back to
Like, I don't want
Are they gonna stop us? Who's gonna
I
stop
don't want to get a
us?
ticket.
I want to get a
Can you
ticket.
Can you imagine if we did park there and like...
She'll be reprinted.
Wait, where's the tadpole? Where's the tadpole? I'm drowning.
Oh, yeah, I'm coming.
Where's the tadpole? I'm getting sucked up. please bring the damn fucking vehicle here. Please. Please. I can breathe. Oh my god, I'm so scared.
I watched all of that from the outside and it was very funny.
Oh, I want in. I can't even pay I don't even know what Gonzo's saying to us. I'm fucking terrified. Sly. These are your people, Sly. These are your people.
Hey, Anita said, if we ask the world for help, maybe it'll answer.
What?
It's not all crazy. There's a biobed at the base camp, and Zip died at the bottom of that cave.
We can't get through?
Had a Kurotai access key that could get us through this lock.
Oh, did you try to get through the door?
The good suck. Yeah.
Yeah, check it out, look. An upgraded tadpole.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
Whoa, I could have been scanning this. I was like, tadpole, we have this shit. Scout ray chases? I need the suck. Yeah. Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me.
I am under the water. Please help me. I'm drowning.
Oh, stop, please.
There she goes.
How do we get in, you think, though?
Hi, Drinwin.
Drinwin.
So, it said that we need
something, right?
Well, I don't know. We can ask the Noetic advisor, I guess.
Key code required.
A PDA key code required. We need to find a key code somewhere.
According to this sign outside the door,
yeah,
it says that I think we have to be. So we need somebody's key code and to not be infected with Mazefield. But I don't think we are infected with Mazefield yet, or rather, we're not progressed on it enough that it's gonna fuck us up.
30 seconds.
Which means nothing if you haven't been paying attention to the story.
Oh shit. I fuck with you. You fuck with me, I fuck with you.
You know they made it so you can't kill or hurt fish in this game.
Why?
I don't know. That's why there's no knife or anything. You can only stun creatures now. But Ash brought up a really interesting point.
Exactly why you called before you showing up, Hope. Also, this is exactly why you call before showing up. Oh my bad, I was supposed to leave them a message. Hey, I'm coming by your base.
Well, Ash brought up a really interesting point. I think it was Ash said, so you can kill and eat them, but you can't hurt them.
Can I crash into them and hurt them?
No.
Bro, what's the point of this game?
You're right. Should we play something else?
Okay, so what do you think? So we need a key code, guys. Hi, Drinwin. How are you? I love you. I'm sorry. I'm getting shit on. I'm actively taking damage. What's up?
Can we go explore that wreckage? Or do you want to see something really scary?
Yeah.
Drive into this abyss a little bit.
Drive up to this abyss?
Just a little bit.
How do you know? Down or up or across?
You've gone quite a bit further than I'm comfortable with. Oh my god.
What is that? What is that?
I'm trying away!
What is that? 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 What is that?
Oh my god!
What is that? What is that?
And the award for the slowest reaction time in the universe goes to Hopedreams.
I need to let you know I'm actively done. I am one step away. I'm one step away from dying. I will.
Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, stop. There's a little platform down here. I want to scan stuff.
Oh my, okay, you go. I'm almost dead. What was that? It came so fast at us. Like, I thought it was just floating. The devs actually made a comment about not being able to slice the dice. They said, go play another game because you're not a predator in Subnautica. Damn.
Okay, I just want to point something out. If I am on a fucking planet and there is a hostile fish trying to kill me, you're right, I'm not a predator. I'm just trying to not die. Like, I don't want to be that guy. And I'm not saying that I want to go around just murdering every fish I see. I agree that we shouldn't do that. But what I don't agree with is that we have no way to defend ourselves.
I would like at least a slight chance of escape. What up? Sorry, I'm scared.
Check out this big wreckage.
Haven't we explored this, or did we not? I'm sorry if we.
Not yet.
Okay, yeah, we can explore it.
Yeah, I just think that I can't imagine a scenario like where imagine the real world scenario that we come to this planet.
Get off my damn sub, bro.
Imagine the real world scenario. I'm never gonna. Okay. I'm trying to put stuff in the back of the sub and you keep driving away.
Sorry, my phone.
Just wait like 1 sec. Oh, never mind. The game lagged and did it anyway. All right, let's find a door to this place.
Okay, we're allowed to. We have a wait. I have to do the Smeef cat thing. Okay, kitty, you do it. Do you know the kitty meme?
Yeah, it's like, okay, kitty, you can have cheeseburger.
Yeah, ma. All right. Let's park the sub down here. Bro, touch the sub one more time. I swear.
To break my monitor, I swear.
We do have a PDA for something too. The guy on the PDA was like, bro, if I die, I'm gonna actually uninstall this game. I promise you.
Oh, I found a way in. On this side.
Okay, coming. Right? I would have made a weapon underwater by now. Okay, we're in. What's in here? Oh, up?
Oh, so I would just use a fucking rock at this point, is the thing.
Oh yeah, if you hold a rock, yeah. Dude, is it true? Didn't they do that Mythbuster thing? If you punch a shark in its nose, it'll stop bothering you?
Not a god.
Or not really?
There's a bed here.
An ancestor of myself.
Bed?
The bio bed that gives you an upgrade.
Coming. Wait, I need oxygen.
The most important game ever
Shit, I need oxygen.
The damn thing is that I think the Marrow Breach was playing.
Where did I park the ship? Where did I park the boat?
When does this shit get good?
When does this game get good?
Evolution has equipped it to enjoy its work, like no human could ever enjoy filling out a loss report.
I didn't mean to scream so loud. I just realized I screamed actually so loud at that thing. Where? Just show me. My poor roommate. And he's gonna kick me out for sure. No.
Our sky is black, and we
W. Endurance adapted, inventory expanded. D, hi, D of the Deep is here. I love D.
We love D of the Deep.
Competition is the key driver of evolution.
But can I help but always aim for their gills to their eyes? Ah, ew.
Not operated by the same logic as a publicly traded corporation.
No, I'm in somewhere. I'm in the thing. I'm coming out.
Fitness is profit.
I'm coming out. I'm backwards. This is why I bought the bio thing. I'm coming out. I'm lost. I'm lost inside. This is my worst fear. This is my worst fear.
Hope there's like 4 rooms. What do you mean?
I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Where do I go? Please help me. Please help me. Please help me. Where's the go?
Go out that door. Out that door.
Where's
out
the
that door. Quick. Oh my god, not under the table. Go forwards.
I hate this game so much, dude.
You got lost in like. Oh my god.
It's cornered back to you. Are you on?
No, hang on. I didn't realize there was more to this place. Oh, there literally isn't.
With boobs and pets. No, guys, I've been watching The Boys, and there's the superhero named The Deep. Are you in? Are you on? Sorry.
No, give me 1 second.
Okay, there's a superhero named The Deep, and one of the guys to give him pain shoved the fingers because he has gills on his side. They shoved their fingers in his like gills, and I'm like, that must fucking hurt. You're in?
Right, go. Not having guns, the devs' reason for not having them in either game is really respectable, but it's a little silly that you can cook and eat small fish, but killing it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think that, I don't know. Yin King High. The thing that I don't get is, I can't imagine any scenario where you are being hunted by a shark and you as the player, like, it's not like we're going to be wiping out the whole fucking ecosystem by killing 5 sharks.
Yeah.
To defend ourselves. You know what I mean?
I'm not gonna play this like GTA and just mow down for the military to come.
But I also just think lore-wise it doesn't make sense, because they talk about Riley surviving using his scanner, right? So lore-wise, they 100% would have gone, this guy survived using nothing but a scanner and a fabrication tool, and so that this never happens again, we have made it so that there are emergency weapons for self-defense. Is what I think they would have done. I feel like story-wise that makes sense as well. Or,
wait,
you know what I mean?
Let's talk to our PDA.
All right.
Because he has info. Oh my god.
I'm not saying that I want to just like fucking mow down every fish, but I just think that
would come out of his gills. Oh, sorry.
Huh?
I read D's message. Would that be real? Zip? What's Zip?
I don't know, dude. Zip is a person.
Down at the bottom of a geothermal cave. The oldest black box we've found so far. Perhaps because it's too deep for anyone to retrieve.
Oh.
They tried, investigator. There are 9 other black
how did her black box get down there? Pose.
Probably swimming.
That's terrifying.
Yes, hi Q. Q, if you got a skedaddle, don't worry about it.
Q Snugs.
Code Z66.
The deep drinking piss. Do they eat through their gills? Do fish?
Vital contamination. She was reset to an earlier state.
Yeah.
Signal location uploaded.
I know, D. And like the thing is, D, in this one as well, it says that you have. It goes. We now have a habitat.
There was a massacre. What?
Yeah, it's like following the massacre on this planet. That's why it's got that. I don't know. I just. Oh God, man, why is this game run like shit for me so bad?
Sometimes.
Like, only when OBS is open.
Yeah. Do you eat fish? No, somebody said if you piss on their gills, it's drinking piss. Oh no, because they drink the water in their gills. And that's how they breathe.
Not right now. I'm drinking piss.
I'm drinking piss. Delta, I'm sorry. Guys, I might actually be the dumbest streamer ever. No, guys.
There's still hope for you.
Be
yeah.
nice to me. There's still hope. I love Hopedreams. But be honest, would you watch me? Would you still watch me if I was smart? That's I get more viewers. Cries. No.
People would actually enjoy your content.
People would actually enjoy. Probably not. That's so. Quaggy, I love you. Quaggy, I'm so in love with the guys. Quaggy Char is the maker of the Fluffkin, and if you see me in VR chat, you know I'm hot as fuck. That's what Quaggy did.
Those two are unrelated, but.
Hope,
can you make a dedicated core?
Yeah, give me a second.
Oh shit, we need lithium. Girl, we need lithium right now.
A lithium? Do we have lithium?
No.
Sugar of Saturn? A smart hope is a dangerous hope. Real. I would be so powerful if I was smart. I have a core. I have a dedicated core. How do we get lithium? And shit the lithium out? Oh, should we ask the... We have none? We should ask the scanner. Hey, scanner, where's lithium? Titanium, copper, quartz, silver, sulfur, salt, lead, lithium. What is happening? Okay.
I don't know, dude. I can hear this like crazy noise for a second.
Powerful, she says. Way more fun than a smart gun. Use their fucking handheld. Glances at Aaron Hansen. Is that the Game Grumps? Like, cause I feel like I'm similar to the Game Grumps where they like don't read the tutorial and then they're like, what the fuck? What do I do? Have bipolar? I've got, bro, I've got my puh is bipolar.
Want to explain to the class what that means?
I don't know. Cause it be acting. I don't know. There's no way I can say there's no sentence I can make that would like be a good sentence, you know? Anything from this point on, I get canceled.
It's over for you.
So
guys, thanks for being here for Hope's last stream.
Power offline.
Terrence! Bro, Terrence, it's good to see you, dude. Power offline, I'm so over our base being powerless. Do we need 2 bioreactors? You'd still watch me, W. Ava, thank you for the follow. What up?
No, we need batteries. We need batteries, but we'll be fine. Hey, grab on. Let's go grab that lithium.
On my way. We need a repair tool. I'm in. Can we make a repair tool? Or are we still trying to find the schematics for that?
We're still trying to find schematics.
And more parses. Yeah. Pose W. Why?
Without the scanner on, we can't go to the fucking lithium because it doesn't tell us where it is.
Whoops. Add more power sources. We will. We gotta make our base bigger.
Zip.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go. Guys, Zip. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, yeah, let's go to Zip. I'm nervous though. Oh my god.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
I could get food sources here on our way to. What is making that noise? What is that? Oh my god, it's the crap. God, move! It doesn't want us? Is it friend or foe?
That thing has never attacked me even one time ever, except for this.
What is that? What is that bright light to our right? Did we get that? Sorry, hold on. Did we already? Is this something we already?
The jellyfish?
Oh, this thing. Oh, I thought it's an oxygen tunic. Okay. Where are you? Where's the ship?
Wait, what? Where? Oh shit! I didn't know. They need to add something that says if people are on.
Yeah. Move, Mr. John. Okay, take us to Zip. Where's Zip? Bro, I'm so scared. It's so dark. Where's Zip, please? Is she down here? Have we been here?
I don't know.
Promise I'll find out. Oh. No, we haven't.
Dexterity upgraded.
Dexterity upgrade. Any Nook unlocked? What does a Nook do?
I don't know, but this is the thing we want. This power storage.
Which I record day 665. Nahima wanted to meet tomorrow as she imagines she is the devil on my shoulder. But she's not as funny as she seems.
On my shoulder.
Oh my god, she's French. Let's leave this bait. No, I'm joking.
It is me, lady of the France.
I don't know. We have the recipe for it now, though, Quaggy.
Oh, I love people. It's humans I'm not so sure
Zane, hi. I actually caught a Zane stream recently. He was drawing art.
This place is missing the primary production it needs to survive. It's hanging on by a thread.
Okay, Zip should be down to our right here, right? Or is it to our left?
The trophic pyramid just collapses faster.
There's a hole there, look.
There's so much
Where?
Life sustained by its own
Is that, do you think that's where she is?
We have to build a colony here.
No. It's just a whatever thing. I'm catching up.
Oh, I didn't know you got enough.
Sorry. I thought we were. They do.
They need to add something that tells you.
Wait, what is here? Where is she? She's down below us. She's like through a hole down.
Oh, look, alien village.
Alien village? Where are you?
I'm near the submarine.
Okay.
Oh, you're down there.
Heat warning. Friends, I'm locked in for 2 seconds. Whoa.
I can hear an upgrade sound. There must be an upgrade thing nearby. Oh, here it is.
Did I miss an upgrade?
No, I mean like a recipe.
Healing table. Whoa, guys, look at this.
Monitoring 10 colonist black boxes in the cave below.
10?
High mortality work site.
How?
Thank you for 20 streams? Nice.
Guys, in this cave, there are 10 black boxes.
The roots are like hard lines. I have to fix the hard
Lithium.
lines.
Hope there's delicious lithium here.
So warm.
It's so warm.
30 seconds.
Would you go into a deep, scary cave if it was nice and warm?
Yeah. Wait, what the heck? My whole chat reset on me. Like, wait, someone say something. Me,
but on mine. So many crashes.
But oh, okay. No, thank you.
Dear the Deep said that they hate you.
No, it's just the whole like. Like I just it just disappeared. Jackie Cousteau. Oh my god. Come check this area out when you get a chance. I'm not exploring any farther until you get here, but I found like a little oxygen pump. Whoa, what is this?
Hey, Mark, are you okay?
Hope this is a high mortality work site.
We got to get out! Mark!
Hope that's a crab.
Wake up!
It is. Where are you? How do you know where I am? Oh, say word. Go down, go down. Something. No, I appreciate you guys.
You know, I was kind of sneaking up on you on this fucking huge submarine. Hope, go into the butthole.
But there was. Okay.
Me when.
Me and Micro May? No, I'm joking. Well, there's stuff here. There's supplies and shit. Take roof pump.
You don't see that on the surface. Zip was
I was
holding
trying
out
to
on
give
me.
me a pump if you notice.
What does a roof pump mean?
Just go ahead, find the key.
I think it's just decoration.
Print somewhere.
Can you imagine being so? You know what? It scares me. Oh, I have to allow that message. It scares me. Finding like dead survivors down here. Just because, can you imagine being one of these people who somehow ended up this deep? Let's go. Go to the signal.
Well, hang on.
Oh, let me eat your ass. Oh shit, she can read my messages again. Oh my god.
You know what? The thing that scares me about this whole like reprinting business is when they all start like so the thing is obviously saving some version.
Where are you going?
I'm grabbing this lithium.
Oh, okay.
The thing is clearly saving some version of them before they are sick with like the Mazefield thing, right? But there's something scary to me about the idea that like, so it keeps reprinting people, and even as they get more and more sick, because it's reprinting as they are, it's just reprinting sick versions of people.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So they keep coming back more and more sick each time they're reprinted.
Oh, shit.
So whilst they can't die, like that's one thing they were saying about the law is that like rather than eat food, they would just starve to death, and then the other people would either eat the printed bodies, or they would reprint to a point where they were more full, kind of thing. Are we with the submarine or crush?
Okay, no worries.
But they But imagine your choices being be reprinted sick, or be reprinted to a point that you've lost all your memories in the last month. if those are your two options, that kind of sucks.
That does. Wait, wait, Jin, what does that mean? What, off by just bioforming themselves? What does that mean? Like dying?
Either way, it's pretty bad.
We found a thermal plant. 30 seconds of Austria. I'm shocked we haven't found the repair thing. Where's the high mortality rate? I don't see any mortality down here.
Yeah, how did they? Wait a minute. Yeah, how did they all die down here?
Did they get
Yeah,
cornered?
It's kind of a horrible thought. But like, that's why some of the voice lines that people are like, just leave me, I'll reprint. But the problem is that if the people get too sick, so I guess spoilers for the story if anybody wants to tune out for a second, but I'll tell you like the problem is that what's happening is if people get too sick, then the Noah, the AI, is like, okay, well, I'll bring them back to a point where they were at their healthiest. So the people have gone into this with a mindset of, doesn't matter how many times we die, as long as we use that body for good, it's fine. But then they keep reprinting and getting more and more sick as time goes on. And then at some point the AI goes, okay, they're too sick, I'm gonna reset them back to the
here.
start. But then they lose like 3 months of their life, and all the other people are like, wait, you don't remember the day we went on last night? You don't remember this, you don't remember that? And they're like,
so in this game you still like remember your shit to a degree, of course.
You remember up until wherever the save is. And what, like, my theory on this game so far is that we are playing as a character who has, like, you know how all these people are talking about, like, you know, oh no, we've all come into this cave and we've died and blah blah blah. I think we might have been one of the original people here that actually died, but we just don't know it. I think we've been reset to an earlier point, and we don't realize that we were like some of these survivors that we're finding or whatever. One of them might have been us. Also, hi Wilson.
Bioform is changing the species to accommodate the planet. Whoa, can we bioform IRL? Are you saying we could bioform IRL?
I mean, that's quite literally what our characters have done.
Easy, you're back.
Also, Wilson, it's only if you eat multiple of the plant, but yes.
Gave my air to a dead crab.
You all lost it. I think
I'm drowning.
Is everyone okay?
No.
You hope there's a green plant in this that if you eat multiple of it, it makes you pregnant.
No,
I'm so dumb.
Do not reprint. It's just us now.
Did you drown?
Yeah. And the screen went dark and I couldn't see.
She didn't.
Oh no.
Is my shit there?
Not here. I'm sorry.
I gotta go find her.
I'll have a look in a sec.
I found it, Drinwin. Waves hands in a kind of way. It's like that. I used to watch an anime called Knights of Sidonia, and the people
Knights of Sidonia.
they learned how to photosynthesize because there was a lack of food.
You wait days. Not if I'm unreliable.
Not if I'm unreliable.
I think it's funny that they don't take that into consideration with the main character, and then they like, the main character, they're like, oh, we're gonna send you out on a mission, and he's like, okay, cool, and they're like, yeah, you're gonna be out there for like 3 years.
Oh yeah, because he's like,
okay, but I need to eat, and they're like, lol, why?
Lol, why? Hi, snakies. Yeah, snuggy, squish, snuggy. Don't give Hope ideas.
We love Wilson.
Wait, Wilson, W tier 2, by the way, on Attic's side. W Wilson.
Yeah. I honestly, I know that, like, so people can get put in my game permanently in Voices of the Void for a tier 2 sub, but please know that you do not have to do like a recurring thing. You can quite literally do it one time.
Yeah, my name starts with W, right? Oh my god, Lund, that's so true. We also smoke weed too. We have so much in common. Let's get married. Do 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 do.
I hope. Are you on your way over here?
Slowly.
Yeah, I'll come grab you.
Holy shit, you're right.
Yeah, let's have tacos later.
Oh my god, me too. W.
Wilson, I will absolutely not complain because that helps pay my bills.
Is my shit still there, you think?
It is, yeah. That's alright.
I don't really get... Well, I picked up, like, some food and water, like, from those supply chests that were down there, but...
We might as well grab it. Here, grab on. Are you on?
I'm Snake. I'm in. Ugh. We were talking about, like, burgers earlier, and now my mouth is wanting the taste of a cheeseburger right now.
Oh, don't.
I'm sorry.
So the one nice thing I'm having a week is when I do Steven Universe on Wednesdays. And so that's my day to eat takeaway.
Oh, my day to eat shit is usually like Sunday because that's like my night before all my days off, so I'm like extra lazy. What is that? Did we not get this thing? Oh, that's my death box.
That's your death box. No, for me it's gonna be Wednesdays because that's when we watch Steven Universe. But I think what I'm gonna do
that's
is
comfy.
So something I've sort of decided on is like, so I don't normally get like I know these are still unhealthy. I'm not saying they are, but I've got like a Monster Energy, but instead of getting the like sugar-free one with asphatamine, I've just got the like full fat one, and
yeah,
I'm limiting myself to like one soda / sugary drink a day. Ooh, the horror.
Well, do you ever like Coca-Cola Zero or Pepsi Zero or whatever,
Yeah,
like the stuff where it's like no sugar and caffeine? It's not like the diet stuff, but because the diet stuff has that aspartame or whatever.
Yeah, that's why I don't do it.
I wouldn't Oh, sorry, hold on. Don't bring streamer drama stuff into here. I don't want to, like, okay, Donuts is a really good friend of mine, and I'd just be careful what you say about other streamers in people's chats. Like, try not to bring, like, that's something you should take up with, like, their mods. And you're fine, just, like, you could fill out an unbanned request or whatever, but yeah. Anyways, continue, Attic. Sorry. Oh, fuck! Something about sugary drinks and...
Oh, yeah. So I'm cutting out, like, all the... Like, I think honestly, what's probably more unhealthy for me is not having one with sugar, but having one with asphatamine, which increases my appetite, which then makes me eat more anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I get you. Get me out of here. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Just hold on my screen. You were just holding on, floating out of the water.
I can't. Oh, okay. There we go.
Dude, you have some crazy arm strength.
Yeah, that's the thing, Delta.
Yeah.
You could. I'm sure you can. I just like also wait. Hold on. Tomorrow I get my slushy and lottery ticket. W Wilson.
Nice.
Something about like you also like realistically you can't blame Donuts because as like 18+ streamers or something like that, like we are very careful.
Yeah,
in like
I'm gonna be so real. If somebody made a joke about being a minor in my chat, I would ban them instantly.
that's the thing, because we're trying not to get in trouble. Like you know, we don't want to deal with all of that nonsense, and we know of the types of conversations.
Anyway, I'm gonna make the executive decision. And say let's
move on.
Yeah.
Let's kill that subject. Puri, what's shaking? Okay. I still have that chip that you needed.
Yeah. Now we can make now that we have lithium, we can do a cool thing.
Do you want it? I'll give it to you. Where are you?
I'm already using the stuff I got.
Okay. Puri, how are you? Puri.
Put it in like a chest or something somewhere, because then I can pull from it.
Okay, bat.
Thank you, Southern Hope. Man.
Mayat.
Ratters high. Oh my God,
Chat,
we
are
love
you
Ratters.
so for real right now?
What, Ratters?
No, I just chat. I just chat in
Oh,
general.
No.
I
was like, what did Ratters do?
I wanna
Ratters, are you
make-
fucking serious
Are
right
you
now?
fucking hell?
Jesus, Ratters, come on, dude.
I want to kind of make this base a little bigger so we can fit another energy source in.
No, Ratters, come back.
No, I don't have ibuprofen. I have weed.
Already ate all my painkillers.
I shoved them.
Yeah, we should. Why don't we make? Okay, so this is a good temporary base, but why don't we try and make a real palace?
Where we? What would we do?
I don't know.
What's a dive elevator?
Lets you go down. Lets you dive. You know, like a elevator from Terraria.
Yeah.
Well, it's nothing like that.
What can I build? I wanted to know what that what the shit, that thing that we discovered down there, the bio, or it wasn't a bed, it was converts heat into usable power. Oh, so you could build a base in the heat zone, building a base in the heat zone and use that. That's sick.
Do you want to do that?
Place inside a natural current. There's also the hydro. Does weed help? Yes. Yes. You don't have to repeat yourself. Sorry, I love you. I'm trying to think. What did I get? It was what Quaggy asked about. Hold on, let me scroll them. Oh, the Nook. What's a Nook?
Oh yeah. Let's have a look. So the Nook is.
Oh, right here. Small Nook with upward viewing. Oh, that's cute.
That is cute.
Okay, wait, you're saying, so before I actually do any genuine add-ons to this base, you're saying we should move completely elsewhere?
I think so, yeah. This place is okay, but it's right next to the live pod, and I feel like that almost makes it a bit pointless. We could build it somewhere strategic.
Okay, we can go exploring. How much was my VTuber model? God. The art itself was about
$7 billion.
I forgot. I'd have to look at my artist's prices, but she may have even upped it by then. But we're talking like $1,000 close.
Welcome aboard.
Because she made my character, the outfit, the different expressions. And then the rigging person I paid about like 2,000, about around there. It was a lot of saving. I did money. Whoa! What is that?
It automatically put it on, but I wanted you to put it on.
Oh.
You drove the tadpole into it.
Oh. What?
And it 50% of the time works.
Wait. Is it doing
Try
it?
reversing into it. Okay, hang on. Okay, go back. Oh, hang on. Wait. Let me
Oh,
grab
the
that.
tad
Okay,
point.
now-
The hard point is in use, it says.
Yeah, I got it.
Whoa, what does it do?
It gets faster and like cuts through the water.
That's sick. All right. You drive or I drive? Yeah, you would.
You know what? I've already built a base on my side, and I've helped Pank build a base on Pank's side. So I'll let you actually decide. But also, I think I think I may have accidentally taken your flashlight.
There's no way. How?
Do you have a flashlight?
No.
Yeah, I've somehow taken. I think you put it on the hard point by accident because I just took it off the hard point.
Where is it?
Let me just. I'm just gonna drop it here for you.
There
you go.
Warning. Power offline.
Right here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll grab on. I'll let you pick somewhere. Find somewhere nice.
Dude, I am so scared about our seed pod.
It's okay. Well, if it gets to like 10% health, we'll just leave it at home until we find the
Okay. With PNG tubers, you're buying 2 pictures. Yeah. So it depends on the artist, really.
Yeah,
everyone starts somewhere.
You can look at like 3D ones. I mean, I do VTubers, but they start at like £600, so. And that's for like super basic ones.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I don't know where I want to go. Where's somewhere pretty? What did I fall in love with? I mean, the heat zone would be cool if there wasn't like a bunch of fucking assholes in there.
Yeah.
I feel like we could make like a base there, but not like a home base. What's here?
A lot of emptiness.
Do you think something's down here?
I don't know, let's have a look.
No, I'm scared though. I don't think anything's here. It just goes down. There's a red. What's through the red? Should we have a look?
Do it. Oh, what the fuck?
I can still swim through it.
Hope that's Leviathan music. We gotta go.
How do you know?
We gotta go.
How do you know? How do you know? Stop scaring me! Stop scaring me! Stop scaring me, please!
I'm not. That's literally the Leviathan music.
Why?
Oh, it's right there.
What is that? What is that? What is that? I just saw the tail. I just saw the tail. Where? I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm scared. I can't drive. I can't drive. I'm lost.
Oh my god. Oh, this place looks nice.
Wait.
Hope, is that under the water?
What?
Hope that the fish. That's not meant to be down here.
Oh, wait, you're actually right. Wait, what the fuck?
What are you doing here?
Wait, can we scan it finally?
You've accidentally gone too deep, my friend. Oh my god.
Bro, it's so fast. Wait, this looks pretty though. Hold up. This might be. Wait, this is a W home. Let me guess. Pink built her shit here.
This is one of the places. No. Pank did not build her shit. Oh, their shit here. Why did I say her?
Oh, sorry, their shit. Because I said her, or maybe I don't even know what I said.
I think I just like was mimicking you, and I was like, wait, what am I saying?
Is this a safe area? Friends, what do we feel about this area? Does it have a tentacle? I don't know. Wait, we can get. Wait, guys, do we like this? Is this area a W or an L area?
I mean, it's kind.
It's kind of the edge.
The plants are kind of like pinkish, kind of greenish. Like.
Oh, you. Made for us. It does feel kind of made for us, but like. I don't know. I'm wondering if the utility of this base though is kind of lacking, considering that like there's not really a progression. Like we've already progressed in this area. Like there's nothing more for us here, unless that's okay.
I mean, I don't mind. You do realize that I let go of the ship a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm coming back to you. Where's your dog? Wait, where's your dog?
I'm coming towards you. I'm by that plant thing.
Oh, nice.
All right, yeah.
A good place for some acid. Do you like it, King?
Just like tripping out.
This is a good place to take acid. Me pops a tab.
fuck this mission.
Yeah, fun. They'll just reprint me if I freak out anyways.
Ghost, I'm immortal. Yeah.
Oh my god, I don't like that sound.
You don't? I think it's kind of cool.
This area? Do you like this?
Christ.
What?
The ping is making your movements on this. Oh, there it goes. It's smoothed out. I think just for a minute I had like bad internet. So, oh god, whenever you're like turning in this, it's really choppy for me. Hang on, let me just re-grab on. There you go. Proceed.
Which, good luck, but also we asked to not talk about this again. Snake. I don't know where to build here. I'm looking around. Yeah, it's pretty. It's pretty. I won't only, but what? Do you want to drive?
If it keeps doing that on the screen, I might ask if I can. Yeah. And let's just swap for a sec. I'm gonna do what do? Are you on?
No. I'm now on.
Is it like really choppy when I move side to side for you?
Not really, no.
Okay, then I'll have to. Do it. On my side, the whole screen feels like it's shaking violently.
Do you think a base is good here? I don't know if it's deep enough, personally.
Wait, you don't think this part's pretty cool? We could have the base going across here, and then we could have like a moon pool for all the vehicles to dock in.
That's what I was worried about, is deepness. Actually, this is W. This might be W.
It kind of leads out into the abyss, but I don't really mind that.
I don't mind it either. I actually think we can make it pretty. We can make the abyss pretty. All right, we can start now.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Indie Kit, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, now it's choppy. Oh no, how do we transfer our... How will we transfer all of our shit?
Well, I already put a bunch in this chest, so...
Okay. So where are we thinking it starts, the base? Like up here, up in here with the plants?
Yeah, I'm thinking, since we gotta make the moon pool, we should start with like the moon pool, right?
Okay. And the moon pill will be on this overhang here, or even lower?
I think it will be on like above the overhang, but it now is saying that we can't build unless we have like a base to put it on.
What do you?
That's too high up.
What do you mean? Oh, okay, never mind. Daniel, hi! Thank you so much for checking in.
Are you kidding me? That's...
Well, it could work. It could... it will just have like a lengthwise, or like a long down, an up and down vertical base. Guys, I'm smart, I promise. Oh my god, it's dying. Our base, when welcoming us in, or sorry, like that monster, it's... You know what I'm trying to say. Wait,
I actually don't.
I think I actually have a vision. It's okay if you build the moon pool down there. I might have a vision, but
see, I don't think
or you want to change
I
it.
think we should do it. Yeah, I think, okay, here's my idea, is let me do like this. If I do like this, I wonder if it will let me...
3 connecting feet? Yushi, I didn't know you were into feet.
Well, normally you would, yes, but we can just use this method.
Is that a moon pool you're building right there? Or are you just happy to see me?
It's just... I think that this should be the room with the moon pool, but...
That's fine.
Here's how you build somewhere you're not supposed to.
That's so naughty.
I know. Don't
tell the devs. Don't tell the devs.
If anybody here tells the devs we just did this, you're banned.
You're banned. Next. Mods. Can we get a ban?
Okay, I'm actually gonna make it like 3 wide.
Did my game die? Oh, it almost died. Oh my god. Yeah. We're calling the police. Oh my god. You're my only mod here, Attic. I think.
And even I'm barely there.
Guys, mod apps open? No. I wonder how you get to, you know what? How does someone end up being a mod for like, you know, like people like Queso or Iron Mouse or like Jinxie? Yeah. I wonder how you like get in that position.
I was thinking that with people like Vinny or like Jama.
Yeah, right?
Because they seem to just have like a million of them.
Do you need help building this? Should I finish this off?
You can do, yeah. Can you do the hatch?
The entrance hatch?
Yeah, do you have the stuff?
No, I don't have quartz. I don't know if there's quartz around here.
Yes.
They do mod applications sometimes, so some come from that. Interesting.
I didn't think I could ever. The thing is, I'm a very like paranoid person, I think, and I don't think I could ever do like mod applications because I would have people like Sabo would apply.
Oh, true. Vinny,
I think I would just. I would have like I feel like I would have people apply for it that I just didn't really know or like trust. And like I do know and trust Sabo.
I get that, but you're more inclined to give somebody mod who like you know, right? Like you actually like know their vibe, and you're like, yes, you understand the vibe of my streams.
Meanwhile, you get the hot sauce on and make them leave mod. Now wait a minute, Ash. Wait a dang
That's
second.
crazy to talk about me like that.
It's wait a damn second. There's more to it than that, and you know it.
Oh, you had quartz.
Yes, I found some on the floor. Yeah, I know. The thing is actually, well, maybe not. The thing is, whilst I know you are like joking, there is some truth in that because I only get the hots for people if there's somebody that I connect with on a kind of deeper level, somebody that like really understands me and knows how I feel about shit, right?
True.
And so it kind of makes sense that somebody that I do like get the hots for is like, okay, well, this is somebody that I trust, knows like the kind of stuff, like how I would run it, and you know, they understand how I feel about shit, so they're gonna probably moderate it, you know, in the best way possible. So it feels weird saying it, but that isn't to say that if I'm like mods you, well, now we have to bang.
Now we bang.
Sorry, that's in the mod contract. Unzips.
Delta, I don't even know if there's any benefits to being my mod. I'm one of the chillest people. I don't think it's crazy hard modding for me. Usually oh my god, insight into what it's like being a mod at Hopes. I usually ask people to try to like be a welcoming like person, because you're kind of like representing the stream. So when like a new person comes in, it's not a demand, but I usually ask that like mods like welcome people in or greet people in. Obviously clear chat, you know, the easy stuff. Shout outs.
You saying that is you're like already now asking more than even what I ask of my mods. The one thing I say to my mods, I'm like, quite literally, you never have to do anything, but this is purely if you're watching somebody raids and you can lean over and type /shout out, awesome.
That
if
is
you can't,
true.
that is super okay. Like I never want like anyone to feel like, oh no, I missed it, I didn't get a chance to shout someone out. I don't care. Let's you know.
It's not the right. I get that.
You have your own life.
I used to know somebody who actually like punished their mods. I'm not gonna name names, but they like kind of like if they didn't have like a good like mod day around or whatever, if somebody like missed a shout out, they would like, you would hear about it in mod chat. It was really weird energy.
that's super uncomfortable.
I'm like, there's another way to approach this. Obviously, if you need mod help, there's another way to approach it. But like, coming into the mod chat with an @mod for like thing, and then like dropping in with that energy is like crazy. Like, relax, bro. Like, everyone has a life. Oh,
sorry. Lime Slushy Ash is they, them, not she. But also, yeah, no, just, you know, the thing is, so not to put like Sibo on the spot here, but I know that Sibo will understand. Sibo is here a lot, right? And I do trust Sibo, and I love Sibo to bits. But so you may be wondering, well, hang on, this is somebody that's always here at the stream every time you're on, here 24/7. But Sibo and I, we just have never really hung out in person or anything. Like, we've never done anything together. That's pretty much the only reason, Sibo, that I've never done it. It's just because, like, I don't know.
I get you.
And that's nothing against you, Sibo. It's just, you know.
That sounds bad.
We've just never had that kind of like connection or hanging out. You know what I mean. Also, don't forget that I pay a third of all of the profits I make to my mods. Oh wait, never mind.
Oh, yeah.
So that's an old running joke. I'll tell you guys something fucking crazy. Is that somebody, my old mods for this channel used to. Where are you building? Where's that going? What are you doing?
It's a vision. It's a vision of a big base. I promise.
You think you have permission to fucking build here?
You take away my building perms, like it's a like Minecraft unmods me.
No, yeah, I'm gonna mirror it out on the other side. Oh no, see, but that sucks. No, so for me, I used to have these two mods, and they're not part of the channel anymore, thank God. But I used to have these two mods, and they never really did anything. And like the thing that's like sucked is that even when they were here, whilst I was like streaming, is I would be like, oh, can you do a shout out for this person? And they just like wouldn't. Like they just didn't do shit. And,
they're like, no thanks.
And this is when I was like first starting my like streaming, and I got my first ever Twitch payout, and they fucking go, my first ever Twitch payout. Now I had just bought them both Elden Ring, and I don't mind talking about this because I think it's funny more than anything. But I just bought them both Elden Ring, and I get my first Twitch payout. And by the way, Elden Ring, I bought them the special editions that was £60 each. So I was £180 out of pocket. One for me and one for you.
Wait, how do I get in the base?
Moonpool.
Oh, okay.
I've not made a door yet.
Is it breathing?
I bought them both Elden Ring, and then I got £40 Twitch payout. And they go, well, do we not get a third each? I was like, oh. And they were like, well, I mean, us two mod your team. Shouldn't we all get like a third of that each? And I'm like, what?
Yeah, you're like,
and they
so confused.
All I'm saying is the reason they ain't my mods anymore. Insane. They were. I would love to think they were joking, but they really weren't.
Okay,
it was just weird, man. It was just weird.
Yeah.
Do you want to come with me to go back to... I built some lockers in here. If you want to deposit all the items you've got on you at the minute, and then we'll go do a run to the base.
Oh, a base run with grabbing shit? Yeah. Hold on, I'm on my way. I'm gonna put the stuff.
And the thing is, you know, if I was like a big streamer, and if I was making like fucking like $3,000 a month streaming, I absolutely would be like, hey, thank you so much for your help. And I would treat my mods like fucking royalty. But £40? After I just spent £60 on them?
True. Hi Zoe, how are you? Alright, let's make a trip. Yeah. Oh my god. Delta, just apply to be my mod already. Because when I get rich and famous, I can pay you. I can pay everyone. Zoe, Snugs, I'm on, yes. How's life been? Hey, has Twitch gotten back to you about that botting problem? Because I know they were gonna like do stuff with like view bottings. My friend Zoe here, like, somebody's got a big boner against Zoe, and is like actively view botting her streams. Like she's just victim to it. No, oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm about to realize something.
Another sub to a channel. You know, what up?
You know where we just built our base?
We'll talk Delta.
Like,
yeah.
There's like no thermal power or turbines.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I was thinking we would just have to sadly look at biofuel, but...
Well, we can always... The thing is, we can build the power transmitters.
What are those?
You can build them any range away and then just make a link all the way to our base. Grab on! Grab on!
Okay, sorry.
Grab on!
Wait, so like... I mean, I guess so. I hope. Hi, Quan. How are you? Silver, I am. How are you? 401 days of being view botted? That's crazy.
Wait, you... Oh no, more viewers. No, I'm joking.
No, but it sucks because Zoe wants to apply for partner, but she like can't because like she'll do it and then Twitch will be like, you're view botting, LOL. And then wait, now I'm nervous about our base being built in there though. I feel like we should have...
No, hope.
Is it okay? I'm overthinking.
Trust me. Yeah, you're overthinking.
Hell yeah, Silver.
Oh my god, my battery's full already.
How are you two? I'm doing well. Attic, how are you doing?
Welcome aboard.
I'm doing alright. I feel like I haven't eaten in a week.
Oh no.
Killing me.
The fight.
Ugh.
Are you like slowly going down in calories, or are you just gonna try to like give a calorie limit and like that's it?
You know what?
Or
I'm a very sciencey kind of person.
Okay.
And, like, I think now that I know that it's just all psychological and that it's like a real thing. Like, I think part of the reason that I've struggled with it is that I've just been like, I've always just been under this weird assumption of, oh, well, then I must just be crazy. There's actually nothing wrong with me. I'm just insane. Now that I kind of know it's like a real thing and it's just in my head, I'm like, okay, I can fight through it. And that kind of gives me like strength in a way.
I watched a weird video. I don't know if it was a part of that, but it's like, I think a lot of it derives from like our ancestors and stuff where like they ate what they could find because that was like survival, or like you might have not seen food for like ever. What's your distance set to? Is medium is dual, but I'm at medium.
Oh, see, but I don't know why that didn't work.
Dobbs.
Oh, my mix setup has signed me out. I'm so sorry.
I'll do. You also got banned from Lurkit? Sorry. I need to interrupt. Get people.
Steve-O the kobold wants me to tell you.
Bod's just avoiding you? That's so dumb. Bro, I wish I knew somebody. I'm like friends with Lurkit, but I'm not like friends with Lurkit, you know? So it's not like I can, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I can do
I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound insane, but do you at least get good ad revenue?
Wait, does it help your ad revenue? That's like actually a genuine curious question. Your ad revenue got frozen? Bro, how does Twitch start? Can you send another email to Twitch or something? That sounds crazy. Everything is absolutely on medium, I promise you, Silver. Everything. Distance set to medium? Unless it changed when I like loaded in the game. Everything's quality. Media.
I didn't realize we were playing a Minecraft. Distance set to medium from distant medium.
That's so funny.
That's pretty funny. Dude, I love distant medium. Have I ever told you about mine and distance?
I'm ready. Go.
Have I ever told you about mine and distance white knuckle like competition kind of?
No.
Distant medium is like, oh wait, what? I'm not in it. A distant
Oh
is like
wait, I think I've seen them on the scoreboard when you've been on there, when you've been doing your runs.
Hope, where the fuck did we put the base? We didn't put a transmitter.
We didn't put a transmitter. Oh, so now we gotta find it.
Yeah, but I know it was on the edge somewhere, so I'm just go along the edge. But yeah, distant is like, well, I don't want to say as good as or like better than white knuckle. I think we're really evenly matched is the thing.
What is that?
Oh,
have we been here?
I don't know. Oh, it's not.
Upgrade.
Dude, check this out.
What? Youch!
Youch!
Down low.
During salvage at Camp 1, Zip
Advanced?
Working we were, so...
I want the repair tool!
What is this? Hope, why is your book plug here?
What is it? Where is it? Well, how did they know?
How did they know? Did they know you were going to stream this today?
Maybe.
Can you take this on the floor? Can you take this titanium that I just dropped? Sorry.
Yeah.
I ate Taco Bell last night.
I'd be okay with reincarnation as an animal.
Oh my god, I'm so stuffed now.
My stomach is growling so hard.
Oh no.
Oh.
I'm grateful.
Listen, I am trying to cut back on like everything I eat.
I'm not in. I'm not in.
Okay, sorry, I was only gonna go to here anyway.
Ow.
I don't know what this is. Oh, I can hear a blueprint somewhere.
I can hear it too. Do we have the power transmitter already?
I can swear fine, Atticmonster.
Oh shit, that was a high capacity air tank.
Why would I want to swear in English?
Oh shit. There's no good swears. Drops the F slur? No, I'm joking.
Swears. Shut up, you. Blast him with a level 10 slur.
Did you see the thing where it's like mom gives elite comms?
Oh yeah.
Wait, I can't get out. I'm lost. I can't find my way out. Attic, leave me out, please. Please.
Go this way.
What
do you mean?
I'm here. I'm dying. I don't have a flashlight. I panic. Thank you. Sorry.
How do you get lost in one room?
We already got the rebreather, Silver. I just did. Wait, is there another high capacity tank in there though? Or do we have the full recipe? Sorry.
No, it's the full recipe.
I'm sorry, Siva. I panic, girl. We have the full thing. Silver, I will know when there's something I need. I promise you.
A portable oxygen generator, I hope.
Where?
In here.
Where are you?
Right in front of the thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh my god. I'm scared of leaving this thing. What is this? Portable oxygen thing? It just lets you have it? Why is this? Oh, help me! Help me! It's closing in! I'm done with this game. I'm done with this game. What is that? It's a giant vagina, dude! A giant vagina, dude! It moves!
Okay, to anybody that saw that on my screen, yes, I know that was evil. Hope I let you go into it and then deliberately triggered it.
You can trigger it? Oh my god.
shit.
Clam slam is crazy. I was oh my god, I lost my soul left my body.
Hope you didn't see what happened to the inside. Did you see all the eyes looking at you when you were in
Yeah, and well, it started connecting. Like there was like these pink lines that started connecting each other inside of it.
Honestly, distant meter. Like, I saw. Hope you went into it and then didn't trigger any of the things, and I went, what the fuck? Like, and I was kind of thinking internally, how the hell did she not do that? So I just walked up and pulled the one.
That's so funny. Oh.
How did we power base?
We're so screwed. We should have just built in the heat index or whatever.
Oh my. Yeah, we should have just built in the valve index. You're right.
Valve index. We should have just fucking GameCubed it. Oh, we're here. We're here.
Yeah.
Hi, Jackie. How are you? I miss you. Bro, this game is scary. Oh, my fucking heart. Not to mention that giant alien thing that chased us.
Oh yeah, that was a bit scary.
You're like, I hear noises. I hear noises.
What is this guy doing under the water? I'm under the water. Help me.
Help me. I'm under the water.
Oh, our thing is fucked. By the way, it's not doing good.
What do you mean?
Like,
our ship?
Like it's almost broken. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant this base. I don't know. I'm feeling a little sketchy on. Are you? Do we think this is still a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I got nervous. I'm sorry. I got nervous.
It's okay.
Doing good. I've been looking for. Oh, I love you.
What do we want to call our base?
The
commune.
The commune. Guys, look at that nook. It's so cute.
Hope, whenever I see a nook, all I think of is.
Ow.
Like, give me my money.
Give me my fucking money. Dung dung. What is that noise?
Like,
what is?
Nah, can you at least make it like straight on with this pipe?
Why? No, because this is gonna be our bed area.
Okay.
Are we sharing a room or do you want a separate room?
We can share a room. It'll be like a sleepover.
Yeah.
Super slumber party.
Hugs, I love you. Hope, have you been past the red barrier? Yeah, I learned today that was a fucking mistake. Where's the fabricator? Can we build a fire or do we need power?
We have power. Hell.
Can we even build a fabricator here yet? Dude, now I'm hungry. Y'all are talking about food. You know what you should do actually? If you want like snacks, you should have peanuts. Cause they're a healthy.
I have bananas.
Bananas are gone.
I have bananas.
It's so scary, Silver.
But we love fish.
Oh, I have quartz. I can finish it off. There you go.
Oh, nice. Oh, she'd finish me up.
And I need fiber. Man, I need so much because I've got ideas. Like, that's gonna be our bedroom over there. Guys, you just came into the creative mode of the game. We're not in creative mode, but we might as well be because we're like, I don't know what that is, but also like careful about spoilers, Silver, on like names, because like we might have, but I just want to be. I don't know.
Yeah, it's never a good idea to go into a stream and say, have you like,
Mm-hmm.
hey, have you met says character's name and description before? Because that's often a way to get banned from a stream.
I know that was, you know, like a lot of people would do that in Subnautica 1 streams, I think, right? Where they would be like, have you seen the Leviathan yet? And you're like, what's a Leviathan? And then like the whole Leviathan thing is ruined. Well, it's also the food I eat too, Jackie.
But yes, we have seen it solo.
Oh, okay.
The Cthulhu thing when you were driving the moth and started screaming.
Oh God, I hate it. I mean,
like, oh, hi, Anthony. Hi.
I mean, I've been on my health thing recently. Hi, Jackie. How are you?
I love banana bread. Oh my God, my stomach hurts.
Jackie and then Jacked. Okay, hi, Jacked. Sorry, you both have the same name.
Hi, Jack D. Oh, I messed it up.
Okay, we need more supplies. I'm gonna. Are we doing a supply dump? Are we? And maybe I should.
I think we need to.
How should I arrange them? But I think like all titanium goes in one locker, probably, right?
Honestly, just chuck them in anywhere at the minute.
Okay, and then we can just sort it out. Because I need to build our beds. We'll need to build the moon pool. We'll need to build the power sources. Or are we going to build what you were saying, the fire one and or the vent one, and then are you in?
Yeah. So no. I'm nowhere near actually. I'm trying to get some food and water.
Satisfactory is kind of fun. They've didn't they add a recent crazy update?
Yeah, they keep adding like new stuff. You know what's funny is that in version 1 they added the update that allowed you to build like vertical splitters, and it was like, damn, like basically by adding now that you can split things on the fucking Z-axis as well,
I knew
it opened up a ridiculous world of optimization. Wait, what the fuck? I grabbed like 7 fish. Oh, they're in my hotbar.
Who came? Oh, you.
Yeah, but by them adding like the verticality like that, was kind of crazy.
Ow.
What we want to do, something we can do at the minute, is we can build batteries, so we can build power storage now, which might be worth building like a few of them. That way, we can build up power like overnight.
Oh, what? That's a thing?
Like through the yeah. If we make like a couple of them, like
Okay.
I'll put three up here.
Do you mind me making, unless you have plans for where it's already gonna go? I was gonna make a section of the area where we're gonna put our generators.
Yeah, make whatever you gotta need. Make whatever you gotta do.
What's my favorite Subnautica? Honestly, 1. I actually, contrary to popular belief, I really liked 2. I know people were like mixed on 2. They should have probably honestly cut out. Oh yeah, below 0. I hate to say it. They should have probably just cut out the whole land section and just made another underwater biome.
Do you know?
Is that a hot take?
Here's my here's my controversial opinion on that, and it's that I actually thought that what the fuck? Oh. I thought that the land biomes were cool, but
I thought they were dope. Yeah.
My main problem with the game is that it was I felt the character was just so like chatty, and I felt like I liked that in the first game you're the silent protagonist who is doing his own thing. And I felt like the game was very like, ooh, this is me surviving on this planet, whereas I almost felt like with Below Zero, I was just watching like, another character's story play, and I just kind of was watching. I liked some of the biomes and stuff, but
the character in 1 was much better, but also the setting too, because like you had more of a sense of dread. As far as you knew, you were the only survivor on that. And you had hope. The game kept giving you hope. I think that was the craziest part about it. Is like you would hear these messages about people who like made bases, and you're like, shit, maybe I'm not the only one. And you would go there, and it's like,
but that was also like the great mystery, wasn't it? Is that you were like, oh, I've crash landed on this unknown planet that no one's ever been to before, and it's like, okay, well, anyway, the Degassi outpost, and you're like, the what now? Because as far as you're aware, you're the first person ever on that planet, yet there's already rusted remains of old buildings and shit. And you're like, well, hold on, how could this possibly be here? My eye really hurts. Okay, let's do another run back to base.
Bet. I'll never forget.
Let me know when you're on.
I'm on. I'll never forget my first experience with the like ship coming to rescue you.
Oh yeah, the sunbeam. And you're like, ah, oh, cool, we're finally gonna get out of here. And then the building just starts turning, and you're like, oh no. I think what's amazing about that part is you as the player, even if the game doesn't say like, oh, that building's about to shoot him down. The moment the building starts turning, you go, oh no, I get it.
I think like, that's where yeah.
You know instantly what's about to happen.
I was shitting myself because I was like, when they were coming, they're like, be at this spot. I'm like, maybe there's, I was talking to my chat at the time, and I'm like, maybe there's multiple endings, you know? Maybe like you could choose to stay as long. Maybe you could leave, and I'm like, there's no way I can leave now, right? And like, obviously my chat didn't say a thing. Bless my chat at the time. And then and I was like, shit, well, I guess that might be it for Subnautica. And then it shot down, and I was like, oh, so I do have to go deeper. Like, fuck me. Okies, hi, gapes you.
Did you know? Do you know how this game is linked to? Sorry, I thought I had something. Do you know how this game is like linked to Natural Instinct 2?
No, I don't know that.
So, I think it's Natural Instinct is Hidden Worlds is like other series. Or is it Killer Instinct, Natural Instinct? I can't remember. But in that game,
Killer Instinct, like the fighting game?
No, it must be Natural Instinct.
Okay.
But it's like a humans versus monsters PvP game.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And the game's pretty fun, but in that game, you are dealing with a virus of creatures that have evolved and are all like super aggressive. But the story from this game has confirmed that like the events of what are happening in this are also what are happening like on Earth in Natural Instinct 2.
Whoa, that's kind of cool.
They're saying, like the same universe. So that was a cool tie-in.
Hi, Noel. How are you?
Natural selection. That's it. That's it. Natural selection.
You're thinking natural selection. Hypno.
Yeah, I could not for the life of me remember the name of it. W chat member.
W Delta. Chat member.
W Delta. Delta, you get a friggin' W. And Hope gets a black eye.
Okay, I gotta put these nuts down because I keep snacking on them.
Yeah?
Lund, hope it's the hottest, but my partner's bringing me the mini W partner and WAC too. Oh my god, hell yeah. Okay, my inventory is full. I'm ready to take another box over.
Okay, give me just 1 sec. I'm gonna see if I can make the thing I need to make those batteries here.
How are we making the is it from the builder? How do we make the power that sucks the heat and turns it into power?
The thermal generator?
Yeah. Oh, exterior felicity. Excellent for and then you could transmit it, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, but I won't worry about that just yet because we don't know where the heat source that we need is the problem there.
Yeah, the closest, honestly, I think the closest thing might be the fucking vent one. The, wait, what is this? Hydroelectric generates power when placed inside a natural current.
Yeah, so that thing we can do. And then you'll see we've got a recipe for something called a transmitter.
And then that'll transmit power to our base?
Yes. So we build a line from wherever we do. Technically, we could build thermal generators in the hot zone and make a massive pathway all the way back to our base. It would be stupid, but we could do it.
It would be a little stupid, but that would be, at this point, why don't we just build a civilization underwater, you know, and make a connecting power lines on the heat, and then...
You're right.
Yeah, that's her, Silver. Why won't you share with she wants some? She's on a strict diet. I would share her nuts with me. I would share, but I would share my nuts with her, but I don't know if she wants to eat them. Yeah.
Give them to me. No, I would gobble your nuts out.
Thanks. I couldn't live in Subnautica. Imagine every time you fart, you either have to go outside or sit in a can of farts. Wait, is that true? If you farted, like, well, that's why you build an air vent on the top.
Maybe. Kazra, if you could never play this game, why not? Why not?
Welcome aboard.
What are you, a coward? I'm joking, by the way. It is perfectly natural to be nervous about fish. That's a test. Do the generators keep making power if they're far enough to be unloaded? I would think so. Yeah, of course they do, because your base still makes power when you leave it to go and do... Your base will still make power.
Are we ready?
When you're... No, I've just got to wait for this one last thing.
I can't wait to read them, Silver. Like later, though, like after I'm... What,
Yeah, my theory about this game so far, the only one that I've really got, is that... And it's not really even a theory, I feel like it's pretty obvious at this point, is... Do you remember at the tutorial, there was, like, a black box pretty much right outside where we woke up? Then there was a body that only, like... that only just got out the door and then died. Then there was a black box across the little ravine. My guess is that those three were probably just three of ourselves.
Of us? Oh, you think it's us?
So, and so the fucking Noetic advisor being like, oh look, haha, 3 previous versions, you didn't make it, what losers? But what he's not saying is, yeah, those 3 were actually you. Oh, fuck you.
Fuck.
That's like 1 second from being done as well. Fuck it.
How do we make plasteel?
I've already got a bunch on me.
Wait, so you're saying you could make us the heavy oxygen tanks?
Yes. Yes, I can.
W. We could breathe harder, friends.
Actually, I could probably do that right now. Yeah, hang on. Give me your air tank.
Oh my god, I have to... Oh my god, what is this?
Well,
what is it? I can't rip it off.
The thing is, we weren't mind wiped. It was more... Because they're reprinting people. Because they're reprinting people, they're just reprinting people with earlier
Did I drop
so
it?
it's not that they're like wiping the mind, but it's like they're respawning us, but with a version of our brain before we formed a bunch of memories. Yeah, Delta, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Here you go.
Whoa, Delta. Oh, is that mine? W.
I would even go as far to say, I think we were one of the original people that came here. One of the original, like, survivors on the...
You're mad for saying that.
That was like 50,000 years ago, whatever it was. They said it was something like 50,000 cycles.
Holy, yeah.
Where are you?
Welcome aboard, Captain, as it like fucking dies slowly. I'm on.
Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Smoking cigarettes. Welcome aboard.
We gotta play. There's actually 2 games we gotta play together. Oh my god, what is happening to our ship?
What do you mean?
It's clunking on my screen.
Is it doing the same thing where it's vibrating like really fast?
It feels like you're hitting something, but you're not. It just feels like we have to. There's 2 games we gotta play. It's Gamble with your friends and Pratfall.
Let's do it.
That's nearly 2.3 years. Oh my god, that's nearly a year.
Wait, where the fuck did the moon pool go? Oh, on the wrong side.
I am titanium. I'm bulletproof. Nothing to lose.
Yeah, fire away.
Fire away.
Dude, fire away. Aw, that guy sounds cute. He sounds like a little cutie.
Hey, you. Are you a little cutie over there? Hey, you
like,
a little cutie over there.
There's a voice line that Arthur Morgan says in Red Dead 2 that always makes me laugh. I love... Oh, Red Squirrel, thank you so much for the follow.
I love you, Red Squirrel.
Now I'm only down 3 followers this stream.
No! Oh my god, you collabed with me. That means somebody must hate me and just unfollowed you because of me.
Shock. Wait, I love Shock. Shock, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Guys, welcome to the attic.
The sweets of the car. Wait, Shock like the Shock?
All right. Yeah, Shock. Like
Shock, reveal yourself. Shaquille O'Neal.
Good people, good people. Thanks so much for the follow.
I guess you can't make a rudimentary. Why? Oh my god, Shock redeemed this. I love it. Shock is very nice and sweet. How's life been, Shock? I miss you. How do I? I'm gonna go vibes. Have a yo, Silver. Take it easy. Have a W day. Miss you too. This I'm gonna do what I can. You missed me too. Oh my god, you think about me? W. I'm gonna be like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer in that like puppet like ass reenactment. She likes me. She said she likes me.
Truly have no idea what you mean.
Oh no, someone has to know. Please, I'm old, I know, but please somebody has to know that she likes me.
Every time you say spleeze, I think of that one fucking clip.
Please, which one? No bitch panty bomb.
Attic, but actually don't push me because it won't be funny. Because these materials are limited and it won't be funny. Spleeze! Oh ha ha!
Oh ha ha! Is probably the funniest thing I've ever said in my life.
I fucking, honestly, I think about that clip every fucking day. Daku, hi.
Daku!
I really do think about that clip like on the regular. Sorry guys, I want to make it symmetrical on this side. And I know it literally doesn't matter, but it does, okay? And if you think it doesn't, you're stupid. No, I don't mean that, but
oh, I love this.
Oh, I love you.
Oh, my heart.
So right now our base is slowly like gaining battery as well.
How does it do that? Oh, then did I make the power generator room too big? Oh, maybe I'll just make this the crafting.
Honestly, I've done so much. Like, the thing is, something that maybe people here don't see or know is that whenever I like play like Valheim or Subnautica or like anything like that, I'm nearly always the like base bitch. Like, I always do all the building, make all the homes. Like, it normally always falls down to me to do all of that shit, and I don't mind. I love doing it, but it does mean that when I do like a stream like this with someone, I normally try to be like, hey, you do it.
Yeah.
Because I like, you know, I want to almost like not as a, not that I don't want to do it, but like, I don't know. I want to see what other people make.
No, I get you. Interior crocodile alligator.
Unless a certain squid says to me, do this now, make the space, make it pretty. And then I'm like, yes, boss.
I can't use that. Where's the titanium? Can I not use it from this far? It had to be in my pocket, I guess.
No, you should be able to do it. We just might not have any.
Hi, Daku, I hope you're doing well. How are you? So my buddy used this placement option to make free bridges because apparently you could walk on the translucent objects without building them. That's so funny.
Yeah, somebody found that you can make a infinite stairway.
Oh, I don't have titanium.
Yeah,
We're
no,
out.
I'm bringing some now.
I need water. I need water. Shock. I know what scene you're talking about, Hope. Old stop motion. Yes. Wait, you do? Where he's jumping around after being called. Oh yeah, she thinks I'm cute. That's what it is. She thinks I'm cute. What up? Oh, W. Thank you. It's such a cute dude. Every Christmas I'll watch that movie. And the fucking elf who's like, I don't want to fucking make toys anymore. Fuck you guys. I'm out of here. He doesn't actually say that, but he should. I thought my wife was joking when she said she'd leave me if I didn't stop singing I'm a Believer. Then I saw her stop. I'm ready to do a supply run. Unless you don't mind me going back. Oh, wait. Actually, I could get something here. Hold on. I could get... She thinks I'm cute. She thinks I'm cute. Dude, what a great movie. It was such a classic. I'll never, oh my god, okay, I'm about to age some folks here. Maybe. I don't know if it was just a Canadian thing though. There was a show that would always come on Christmas. Or like on the Christmas, you know, when you like turn on YTV or Teletoon or some shit, or Nickelodeon, whatever like TV thing you had. And it would come around the Christmas time, and it was sad. I remember seeing it, but I remember watching it because I don't know. I was a stupid kid, and I thought maybe the ending changed next year, even though I knew it was the same show. I believed, I guess. But I'll tell it to you guys, and if any of you remember or have seen it, let me know. It was the story of a snow cat, and there was this girl or whatever who lived in a house or something. Yeah, and it was there was a blizzard outside, I think. But anyways, the snow cat would come in, like she met the snow cat and it was her friend. Like she was a lonely person, but she met the snow cat. But it couldn't stay inside because there was a fireplace and it would melt. And I forget why, but it sacrifices itself or something. It stays inside for some reason, or she's greedy and keeps it inside. I forget. Hi Marcus, how are you? I still sing Heat My song. I love it. Instead of stare,
you believe you're making that room.
I stopped making it. Wait.
Holy shit. Is it just me or is there an echo in this room? It's so fucking big. Holy shit.
I was gonna put 5 power generators in there at the time, but I can sort it. Instead of stairs, attic. My buddy also made the dragon road in the afterlife from Dragon Ball across the map. That's so funny. Wait, I want to build the dragon path.
If only I knew what that meant.
No, but this could be like our big crafting. I don't know. What should that room be then? Our garden? Can we make plants and food?
A new ballroom for the White House, maybe? It's funded by the military.
Oh shit! That's so funny, Lund. I love it. No, I have plans. I have plans, but I can't tell you, or else the haters will sabotage me.
The haters will sabotage me. No, you do. You look. You know what? I respect your crazy white girl dreams. Where are you right now, anyway?
Outside.
Here. Yeah.
Can I build down?
Let's go. Yeah. The thing is, you got to build a ladder, and building ladders sucks.
Do they actually? Where do I build ladder? Inside or outside of it?
It's inside. I hate it.
What the fuck?
You have to like put them on the floor. It's really ugly.
Oh. Okay, hold on. So let me go inside.
You could put them like against the wall. You could put them like against the wall and then have it like go straight down.
Yeah, no, I get you. Vega Glorp Slim. Dude, Lund, that's such a good idea. Must be between 2 stacked rooms. Wait.
Yeah.
What do you mean? 2 stacked rooms?
Hi, Shark, thanks for being here.
Shark,
So, like,
be safe, sweetheart. Snuggies.
So if you do like this, Hope.
Hey, hold on, where are you?
If you build like 2 rooms on top of each other, you can then build a ladder between them. But that's like it.
What? So you can't have this long tube going down? Or can you?
What? Well, no, because you would fall.
You could climb though. Right?
I for one agree with you. Actually, I don't know. Can you build? Oh no! Look, that's interesting.
The twill.
Oh, yeah, how weird. Unlike Subnautica 1, you can't just build a tube on top of a tube.
What the? There's no way it's this shit.
Noel, I'm gonna have to ask you not to do that.
Loki, you can wait to compliment me.
Yeah.
So how do you? So my dreams of building down like a nice tube down here so we can make cool shit down here. I had a vision and everything.
Yeah. Well, I'm afraid they're just gonna have to stay as Hopedreams. Look, so thanks for being here, everyone.
Thanks for being here.
It was leading up to that one joke.
I know. This whole stream was only meant for this joke. A whole cocksgun hat always has been.
Oh wait, Hope, I've just realized. Okay, I know that we're like base building right now.
Yeah.
All right, bye. No, come back. I know that we've just been base building, but we did get that key card thing, so we can go into that room.
Oh, we should.
Oh, there might even be a repair tool in there.
That's what I'm thinking. We can take a break from base building and go there. I just want to go with like some food and shit.
Fresh water intake.
Yeah.
I need food and water.
Water.
Interesting. Tube on tube seems to be only when the tube has the supports. Oh. Gamner, I love Gamner. You're being, Yushi, you're being absolutely ridiculous
Yushi,
right now.
You're being fucking silly right now. And you know I don't say that loosely.
All right, wait. Let's go. Shouldn't we charge the battery too in the fucking Seamoth?
That is true. I did just put a thing to charge it. Yeah, let's do that.
And then we can.
It's completely out.
Oh God. We're stranded.
Holy shit! That literally must have been at like 1%.
I'm so hungry. My character's taking damage. I need to find like a fish in the water. I found one.
Just eat that shit raw.
I should.
You know what? I'm a complaint hope regardless. Hey! Gamna, it's so good to see you. Gamna, I hope you know that you are still G on my map in Voices of the Void.
You're a real G. Give me this.
Yeah, you should probably. Here, let's test it. Can I build a tube under a tube?
Dokyo, I'll hydrate for you. I'm gonna be like the wad of gum from the ripping friends and suck out all your hydration when you chew me.
The thing is, so I agree with people complaining about ladders not being able to scab. Well, the thing is, in Subnautica 1, you could just use a ladder to make like a 3-story base.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I want multiple space. Yeah, you know me.
The thing is, have you actually seen the ladder placement in this game? It's fucking painful. You have to put it like dead center of a room because it needs so much room around it. So like, literally you just have to have a big fucking open square in the middle of your room that looks terrible. Like, so imagine walking into this room and just here where I'm standing is a massive fucking cut out rectangle. You wouldn't have that because you'd walk into the room and fucking fall down it. It just sucks. Why would they not let you put it on the wall? That's what I don't get. If they had like a ladder,
right,
that you could put like flush against the wall, you could then just climb straight up to the next floor. That to me would be like cool. That gives me room to design things. And I will say, in my single player save, I have actually made a really nice design for a room with a ladder. But the way I've done it is I've used like one of these hamster tubes to split off a specific room for the ladder. So it's almost like I've made a chamber to climb up and down. And it looks nice, but it's like, man, should I really have to fucking extend half my base to put one room? Probably not.
Dude, all this water and I'm thirsty? I'm dying.
Just drink the ocean.
I'd love to. You did give me an idea though. Idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't talk about the illegal ID. not so last for streaming.
No, we're streaming. Okay, my fault.
Chester, thanks so much for the sub, dude. And that went to Ingbites as well. We love Ingbites.
Seek medical attention.
Seek medical attention. No, Dokyo, it's been really fun. I've got such an idea for this base here, but I'm running out of liquids. But I just found one, so I'm gonna craft a water bottle really quickly. Oh, they'll be like, no power. We do.
Machine, right? Do we? Oh yeah.
It's just at our old base. We're like kind of in the process of like moving shit over. We're making this our real life base. Like the operations.
I do appreciate all the people that have been like subbing and stuff lately.
Yeah. Friends, we love you.
Buy food and exist.
You guys try checking the bottom row. What do you mean of what? My dick? My butt?
No,
my paw?
The processor. You can make water from like plant fiber.
Oh.
This is what this person's trying to tell us.
Won't say what though.
Or alternatively, go out and grab like 3 fish.
Yeah. Well, the regular fish don't water me, right? I need to find the sluggies, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a bunch of water here if you need some.
I'm out and about. Let me just see if I can find a sluggy. For you, bitch.
Sluggy. I made you out of clay.
Sluggy, sluggy, sluggy. My parents hate me because I'm gay.
Too real, too real.
Too real, too real. Back up, back up, back up. Oh, let's build a... Oh, we did it. Bloomin' fish give you 5... Okay. Oh, wait, good to know. Good aim, Yushi.
What were you gonna say? Let's build a what?
The thing to, like, help us see where our base is, but you got it. I'm fabulous. I love you guys. Yo, W everybody here today. Lurking, chatting, whatever, subbing. It helps us.
Subscribe.
It's a hard life. We have to do all the paperwork, all the fame, all the sex with women we don't want to do, but we have to.
It's like, you know, I'm worn down to a fucking nub right now, okay? Do you know what it's like having sex daily? Oh, sorry, I mean dyslexia.
Slugs. Sex daily. Oh, I mean dyslexia, my fault. Oh, oh fuck. It's so dumb.
It's
like,
okay,
at this point, I know. Okay, so...
You have like 2 black eyes and like missing 4 teeth. Haha, good friend.
Funny. This will be our crafting / power. I'll put a bioreactor here. The processors and stuff like that, maybe. And then, what's on the other side? Why am I hurting?
I've been looking. Hang on, I'm just looking through.
Have you?
Do you have all the same Do you have all the same blueprints as me on your builder thing?
I should.
I'm just wondering when you're gonna print yourself a better attitude.
Bam! Why is this room dark?
I don't know. Well, we need lights in it, I guess.
Okay, suggestion time. I want to build a garden area for when we're gonna... I'm assuming we could plant food in this game. Should I put it...
I think so.
Should I put it somewhere near the crafters over here, like in another room or ladder downwards? Or did you have plans for something on the other side of this base here?
Well, I have plans, but I can't tell you because
the haters will sabotage. Do you have one water bottle? I say, if you have water, the thing should be fully charged, or at least charged enough so we could go make another trip to the crazy.
I agree. I'm just gonna grab 1 piece of copper if I can.
Licks you, Tokyo. I appreciate you, honey. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink. That's how you know you're watching like an Emmy stream, but well, yeah, but like it's like all a simulation. That should be your first clue. Is when you're in their stream, it's a simulation.
You wouldn't catch me dead watching an M30 stream.
Careful. They might be listening.
I would never.
Half moon?
I like the bold one. Emmy, you are the bold one. Emmy, I'm gonna find you in real life
what's
and then
Sabaton?
shave all your hair off.
I mean, I met Emmy in person, and can I be real? He's actually really cute in person.
I know, you told me that you were like gooning to photos of him for like 4 weeks afterwards. And
Yeah,
I
I could have stopped. And eating the gummy worm that we shared.
I just agreed to that. Yeah, I could stop.
Do we like Sabaton? I will shave my head for chair. Oh my god, they make good. I'll shave my head if somebody. No, actually, whoa, wait. Because
you're already bald.
No, I have crazy good hair. That's why I don't know. I don't think I could shave my hair. You'd have to honestly pay off my debt, I think.
I was gonna make a joke, but I think you just got angry at me.
Oh no, sorry. I didn't mean to get angry. I was just a gooning hope is a happy hope. Yeah, keep me gooned up.
You got it, boss.
Swedish power metal band? Whoa, that's W. Although I don't like power metal. Hot take, but...
Damn. Just say you hate everyone here.
What do you mean? Kobold, what's all the lickies and the snuggies and the... for? A bit of a nice... Sabaton! I prefer... I don't know. I want to go on an adventure now.
Hope, do you have any quartz?
No, it's Baja Beige.
Oh, well, okay, it's fine.
I'm so thirsty. Can you drive wherever we need to go?
Yes, I have water. Do you want water?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm also thirsty in real life, so I'm gonna.
Oh.
So I'm gonna hold on.
Welcome aboard.
And now drive. Got it.
Where's the water?
Oh, do you want it?
Yeah, please.
I'll drop it there because it'll sink in the ocean otherwise.
I'm thirsty in like the way that my body needs water. No,
you know you can make a fish tank. Yeah, I do, Red Squirrel, because that. Hope, grab this fucking water ball.
The fuck was that? Dude, you should see, Emmy, it's actually not bad. I have the crafting room and everything. I'm gonna make a garden room soon, a garden gnome, but we want to go on an adventure.
The thing is normally I do like all
what's
the
happening to me?
Shit. I don't know. I normally do all the designs and shit. So
entertain them all
for one time only, I've decided, fuck it. I don't want to do the designing the base. I'm gonna let Hope do it, or somebody else do it. Which is why I am letting Hope pretty much do all the design choices. Yeah, the thing is, Red Squirrel, they probably will. There isn't right now, but there's a good chance that they will add stuff like that, you know? Everybody, show me Hope's paws right now. It's a weight off you for a change, but there's also going to be 4 fridges in random rooms. Yeah. Yeah. Unlike Abiotic Factor, where I'm like, nope, I'm making the base. That one's on me. Guys, should we see if we can scare Hope?
What's up? Where are we? Where are we? What is that? What is that? I let go! I let go! Don't let me leave! What is that? What is that? Get me on your... What is that?
Where?
Where's it go? What is that? I just want to know what it is. Was that the thing?
That's the thing that you got too close to before, and I was like, Hope, fucking drive! Is there no repair tool in here? God damn. This sucks. Okay, we can now go through that door, I think.
Does it know I'm here? We can go through the door, Zoe?
No. I think so. Yeah, I'm in.
Okay. Are you sure it doesn't know I'm here? Are you sure it doesn't know? Are you sure? Oh, it's something different. Oh my god, I want to come inside. Get me inside. Is there air inside or no? Why is the music so loud? Do you hear it? It's in the bass. It's in the live. It's in the bass, bro. Bro, it's right there. Sorry, I'm okay. Hi, thank you.
Man, our thing is fucked.
What was inside? What was inside?
There's lots of stuff.
Hope the tentacles want to play.
Are you in here?
I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find how to get in. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
How is? What I want to know is where's the fucking repair? Oh, I found the repair tool.
Hope.
We could build it this entire time? What?
Oh, that's hilarious. There's some pretty big lore implications in this room here.
What is that? Is that a monster and a weapon? Small axe and shit?
Something's been using big weapons. Also, hi Uzi.
These are weapons, guys.
There's a whole other species here.
And they're making weapons with their own, like, stuff. Whoa.
Weird, right?
Okay, so they better let us use those weapons, though. You can't just put weapons in front of us and then... 30 seconds? Let me go for a breath really quickly.
Wait, no, come up here. There's air up here. There's air up here.
Shut the hell up, bitch. Sorry, somebody said that on my stream. Whoa. Wait, so this is... I wonder if this is, like, us? Or, like, someone else? Because, look, it's a... Noetic advisor cell. Red!
Stand next to this window and listen to how loud the music is. Hi, Red.
I don't hear anything. Oh, now I hear it.
Every time it comes near the base, the music gets really loud.
Wait, check out this. Speak to Ghost. Load Vivarium. Whole brain muted. Oh, she's talking.
Wait a moment, don't go. I just have to find my... I've lost something.
Wait, we can talk to this.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually like a... Are you all right?
Something's wrong, but...
I'm Sophie Butcher. Boucher? I'm the ultimate colonist. I don't know. Maybe I'm you. I'm the qualified investigator. I'm a sea creature. I'm the architect of the future. Which one?
I'm gonna say maybe I'm you.
I'm not even sure I'm me. There isn't much time. Have you met me already? Did I stop Nahima?
Have you met me already? Did I stop Nahima? What's Nahima?
Do you remember we found that base that had the medic pod blown up from the inside?
Yeah. I know that name.
Say I found that name on the bomb. Oh yeah, let's say I know that name.
Our best hope. The only one who understood this world. But she understood too much. It took hold of her.
What took hold of her?
To kill everyone. We have
Is he gonna kill everyone?
What if we're the last ones?
Timo, hi! Noel hugs.
Keep them alive and
Should we say, can we explain who you are?
Yeah, I did. It just me to keep them alive.
I couldn't take it. There was a riot. I knew Nahima planned it. I knew she had to be stopped, so I followed her. But I left an image of myself in a biobed to tell the others.
Oh, she left it. Oh!
Is that me? I'm Sophie's ghost. Maybe I'm dead. Maybe you're the last one.
Oh, so this is the image of her. This is not like her in a sense.
So it's a scan, like it's a print, like scan of her, but I guess just of her brain or something.
Mm-hmm.
I keep hearing that. Where are we?
The last what?
Low memory? Where are we?
We woke up in Sleep Bay 3. No cicada, nothing but ocean.
Nothing but ocean.
We
What?
aren't on Zezura. The stars are
We're not on
There
Zezura?
are always rumors the biobeds were alien technology.
Yeah, but we already
and
knew
found
that.
on our
Oh,
home's
yeah.
world. What if the
You know-
cicada found another hint of
You know
these
what's really
aliens
funny
and
that I
chased after
noticed?
it?
What?
Some things are
I'll tell you
more
after this,
important to
actually.
us than a colony. Even the last colony. If
Even
that's
though,
what we are.
what if this kid have found another hint? Wait, no cicada, nothing. What was cicada?
The ship that's crashed.
Oh, okay. Wait, what if this kid have found another hint of those aliens and chased after them? Some of them were more important than Altera. The last human anywhere?
Kara came. The hives. You monsters. They sent in the frontiersmen. It was war. The children in my clinic would sing.
No.
Events start
That's
hissing,
sad.
Someone goes missing. Only soldiers come back when they die.
Warning. Low memory. Reducing vivarium resolution.
We were losing. Altera sent out ships to make deep space colonies Mongolian
So
style.
something that she's talking about here is Natural Selection 2. The events of that is basically a version of the Kara virus getting to Earth and all like human life and mutating into these monsters and killing everyone.
Oh.
So the reason she's saying we might be the last humans in the universe is because they all had to abandon ship basically, and that's why we're going out to other planets. So we could actually be the last people left anywhere.
Anywhere?
Mm.
Timo, hi. Should we say what was she doing?
Yeah, I said what was she doing?
I was trying to stop her from killing you. You and everyone else.
She's obsessed with the world tree?
You've seen it sitting out there like a gigantic virus injecting itself into the world.
Oh.
The tree takes control of all other life.
Scary.
Forces it to serve. That's the Maysfield syndrome. A viral obsession with the tree and its organs. And the way Nahima serves it is by wiping us out. She's still out there.
Oh, she didn't read that last line.
To extirpate humanity from this world.
Alright, why do you want to destroy
But
the colony?
it was never the bloom. Macefield comes from the tree.
Because she's a jaded burnout who thinks eels are more important than people.
Eels. Oh.
Brilliant, but she's always been a pain in my...
Warning. Low memory. Reducing effective range.
She would tell you that our only future on Proteus is an endless cycle of digital reincarnation and debt slavery.
Yeah, that's fair.
She'd rather have no future at all.
Yeah,
Oh.
I would tell you she's
What do I have to do?
antidepressants and rotten.
What do I have to do? Yeah.
I thought Macefield would stop if we cleared the bloom from the tree's roots. But Nahima said that
Bloom.
was a 4546B mindset. She said the problem was
What?
much bigger than one viral
So it's
syndrome.
not the
I
blooms.
think she was right. The problem is bigger. Bigger than any living
I
thing
accidentally
has
minimized the
on
game.
To end Macefield, we have to destroy
Destroy the whole tree.
Primary objective.
Do I have?
Macefield?
Yeah.
Warning. Critically low memory. Vivarium reset imminent.
Yes.
No.
Of course. The core of the running tide is wild and clear, and it may not be denied. I think the tree made the proteovirus, and proteovirus is in everything. Every living cell.
Whoa.
You're infected the moment you touch the water.
Oh shit.
Your voice is calling you to the tree's
Which means
roots.
every reprint is infected as well.
Yeah.
And drown.
It's fucked up.
And Jan, you'll be fertilizer. That's actually fucking scary.
Tricks over. There's no human
Chat.
until we find a way to
Chatting.
stop it.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Can I do anything for you?
Yeah.
No, I'm not even real. Just enough of
That's
my
crazy
brain
being
to
called to the tree and then just to like drown and die.
everything.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Is like we saw where all those black boxes were. They were by the root of one of the, by just one of the roots of the tree, and everyone just started getting loopy and was like, "No, I want to stay down here and die."
What will you do?
That's creepy. I did my best for her, so look for the Sophie if she's alive. What will you do? Are there aliens here?
Yes, but the noise field destroyed
An
them too.
indigenous
That's
species?
what I believe.
Oh, they destroyed their... Okay.
Some of them survived. They guard the ruins to the east. We call the site Karakorum. Maybe you can learn something from them. Some trick or cure. What would
The
you do?
ruins
so
to
now
the
we know.
east?
So we got ruins to go to. Oh god, what should we say?
May I help you? I don't guess.
Okay.
Not me.
Everyone else?
Everyone else. 40,000 people on the cicada. Waiting for a chance. Waiting for you to show them how to survive.
Can we ask them who we are? Who am I?
Yeah, who am I?
Fatal error.
No!
No! The Jubilee?
Fatal error.
No!
Very
More questions. No!
Oh, no!
The Vivarium halted.
No!
Purple
Back.
Eye!
No!
Goodbye, Sophie.
Fatal error. Out of memory.
Damn.
This is crazy! He
The thing is,
also...
you know what's fucked? Here's the fucked up thing though is, what if we are literally her?
Oh, that's the other thing too, is we could
Like,
actually be...
That's like a real fucked up thought to me, is that, like, we could be her.
Hi, Astro, how are you? That is the other thing too, is we are actually her, and we just found our own image.
Yeah.
Dude, there's so much we get to do now. So, why don't we build a repair tool? I almost shit myself because I thought I saw 2 working sea moths. You drive. It gets shaky.
Okay.
I feel like we should make the repair tool, but I want to go explore too. I want to go see those aliens.
Yeah, I will say, I've seen what's over there. Pretty fucking cool. We should at least try and do that
pregnant.
history.
Soon may the Wellerman come to bring. Dactylope has pregnant Bowser emote from my 7TV.
That's pretty fucking cool, I'm not gonna lie.
I need another keyboard. Keypad. When the WAT is done, we'll take. Oh my god.
Soon may the men come. Oh, everyone is so selfish shitting themselves. When is somebody gonna shit me? You're so right. We haven't been thinking enough about shitting Astral.
Astral. Fuck, I'm hungry. You're
hungry.
so small, Astral.
I'm Attic. Astral, gigantify that emote right now.
Marcus,
Make
take
yourself the
care.
smallest emote ever and then make it big.
Yeah. Have a good day, Marcus. Take care, sweetheart.
Oh god, we're going too fast.
Are we? We have to reach ludicrous speed.
Wait, hang on, wait. That's a big fucking air current right next to our base.
That is true. Actually, that's real true.
It's kind of close. Actually, let's just have a quick look and see if there's any nearby.
Bro, please, what's our boat at?
10%.
Oh my god. Okay, never mind. We're okay.
No, it's not. I was only joking anyway.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I did.
Was that cool?
It was.
Be honest.
It was. I liked it. I was honest.
Be honest.
Can you build the repair tool?
Can you shut the fuck up? Let's see. So,
Wait.
not from here, but maybe from the old base.
Oh no. All right. Let's get back in there. Yeah.
I was watching a video earlier that was like, it was like, tell me one vocal stem you have. that you absolutely hate, and it cuts to a guy just going clear, 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 and I was like, I watched it. Honestly, I lost the video, or I was gonna send it to you, but it was exactly that noise you do, and I was like, oh my god. I feel like Alex would like that video as well. He hates
Send it. I'll send it to him. This is the noise I do.
Local stim you hate.
What is that emote?
Which one? Glorp ass?
Glorp ass getting in there. It's the alien cat shaking its big fat ass.
Welcome aboard.
What is that emote, Astral? Can we build it here?
Oh my god.
No, say it. What's wrong? What's wrong? Don't say it.
Oh, we need fucking silver and copper.
Oh my god, don't we have silver and copper just at the other base, or do we use it all?
No, we literally have used it all.
So what should we do?
I've got the copper. I've got some copper. We just gotta find silver. I think I think I know where we can get some.
How did you make my emote that wide, Math?
Welcome aboard.
See, it was good for you. How about you? Oh my lord.
Astral, you smoke like 50 cigarettes a day. Okay.
I keep smoking in my dreams. Help.
What does that mean?
I don't know, and I think I just imagine what it would taste like, how like awful it would be. So like I'm like, oh, I get this, I get the craving to smoke like an actual cigarette in my dream, even though I know, but like it does something for me in my dream. Like I need to smoke it. Hey, it's good to be so. It's kind of hot. Have you ever actually like kissed someone with like after they just puffed on a cigarette though?
I have, and let me tell you, it ain't good.
It kind of, maybe somebody's into that, but like I've done it before, and I'm like, oh my god, I might as well actually have just eaten the cigarette instead, you know?
I've you know what's funny is there's a guy I used to work with that he was like a big time smoker. He was always smoking cigarettes, and he remember one day
so
he just
big. Sorry, continue.
One day he came to work and he just goes, "I'm never smoking again. I fucking hate cigarettes." And he had convinced himself to just stop, basically. But like, he was saying about how it basically like made his life infinitely better, because he used to like go out constantly on like cigarette breaks and stuff, and he did just fucking stink. I'm not gonna lie. Like he'd come back in and like everyone would just be like, "Oh."
Is that? Oh, that he's back.
Chocked full of cigarettes, yeah. But he stopped, and he was like, one of the things he said to me, he was like, the happiest person. Like he was like, I don't really care that I've stopped smoking, but my girlfriend's a lot happier.
Oh. That is true, Astral, in a way. I kind of like, not NGL, I kind of like art scenes where like a character is like smoking, maybe edgy like, but I'm also like, oh, that's so cool, but also so bad for you. Oh.
I mean, the thing is, I have that one VTuber, don't I, of where Attic is smoking a cigarette.
Oh yeah.
And I have art of Attic as like a Cruella de Vil style villain.
Cruella.
Cigarette on the end of a stick. It looks nice.
What's a girlfriend?
Then it's like, would you ever smoke in real life though? Nope.
Nope. You might be able to get a girlfriend off Amazon. She might be a little bit more inflated, or like, you know.
You could probably get a girlfriend by buying things on Amazon.
Ooh, buy her something from Amazon.
Consider this being a sugar daddy.
Jack, do you even want a girlfriend?
I mean,
ask yourself that first.
I know for a fact you can buy a boyfriend of Amazon, and that's the only part of him that matters. But oops, did I say that?
No, not really. There you go. See, I want gargantuan Leviathan. Oh, you don't want one. I don't need friends. They disappoint me.
Whoa.
Why is also Cafe? Hi, where have you been?
Dude, I fucking love Cafe. Okay.
You fucking love Cafe. Oh, Cafe, come over here.
What the fuck?
Come over here and give Daddy a hot flopping kiss.
Cafe, come put your lips on my. So anyway, Cafe is like unfollowed.
Why are you mad at Attic? The seeds of Krill is like using a cigarette holder is low-key classy. Real.
Oh, you know what, Cap? That's definitely my fault. I want to see someone bang a blow-up doll without the air. So, you mean just like wrapping it around their cock and... Okay, I know this script you can use to make Amazon's in-house AI Rufus into a submissive and breedable fox boy who wants to RP despite it not being... That's insane.
How? Does it actually want to RP?
Yeah, that... Wait, yeah, I just realized I don't like the implication here.
I just want to make sure if,
like,
if it wants to.
It like really doesn't want to roleplay, and you're like...
Coffee,
I don't say I and everything, but...
Oh. I'm gonna make myself a tuna sandwich soon. I'm excited because I have to have something before a workout, so I have energy to work out.
I have microwave dinners. Yippee!
Dude, I was on that. It's not Hello Fresh, but it's the other thing. Factor meals. I actually really like them, but it starts getting pricier. What up?
Can you bring me a titanium ingot?
Are you at the new base?
Yeah.
Okay, bet. That's all I need to know.
Or if you have two titanium ingots, we can make
how do I know where they?
You have to make one in the processor, probably.
I was wondering if I just stored any, or unless we moved them all.
There's one, but it might actually be in the processor still, like in the output of it.
Do we need a copper ingot for anything? Or nah? Load processor. No, wait. Change recipe. You need it's titanium ingots, right?
Yeah. I need there should be one, I think, already, but we need one more.
Send me a fire saying 199 pay. Whoa, for past customers and only. Delta, do you even like someone that's submissive and breedable? Jack, do you even like Voices of the Void? No,
I fucking love Voice of the Void. I want to play it again. I'm not gonna lie. I've been doing a lot of Abiotic Factor. Like, I've been playing single player, just trying to kind of catch up to where we were when we were playing. So I've not played like any extra, but I have found and spotted a lot of stuff that we absolutely missed. And so part of me is almost like, when we play through it again, there's a lot that we've got to like maybe just take a step back and go and take a look at. Like,
I'm away.
Like, there was a fucking place in it that I cannot believe we've missed it. There is a whole so in one of the early areas of the game,
I cannot use this vehicle. Sorry, I was trying to drive the vehicle back to you. It just gravity weighs into the ground.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
I have your materials though, but
in in Abiotic Factor, right near the start of the game, I found an area that is like a whole fucking like a grub zone with like worms and grubs and bugs everywhere that we just somehow missed.
What?
I'm not even joking. It is. I don't understand how we missed it.
I gotta get out of this. I gotta get out of this. I'm destroying it. Every time I enter it, it decides to go somewhere new.
Alright, I'm coming to you. Don't destroy it.
It's like playing this some. I know.
We're about to get the repair tool. If we fucking destroy it right now, that would be really sad.
Okay.
Just don't risk it.
Where do I put the stuff? It's in the map.
Oh my god. What were you doing to this thing?
It glitches when I enter it and just shoots a whole other different direction.
Yeah.
I know. Are you gonna build it? Where you go?
I need acid to make the last bit for us.
Pops acid. I need it to think.
LSD. You know, I need acid just to deal with you. Alright, where is it? Okay. You ready?
You're so funny. Yeah, where are you?
You're so funny.
Where are you?
I don't know. Where are you?
Where do you want me to go?
I hope I can't see you. Where are you?
Can't see me.
Grab on.
I can't. You need to. I'm plugging you. I grabbed the portable locker.
I can't see you.
I need to put this back. I don't know how to put it back.
Wait, hope I can't spot you anywhere.
If you hold still.
Where are you? Where are you?
I can't. Wait, did I put it back?
Oh, there you are.
Where is it? You 100% somehow made it go invisible.
Oh no, do you think you dropped it and that, like, because I was spinning, I've launched it into space?
Probably.
Oh no.
That's called inverted controls. No, I don't even have the. Wait, let me get on.
I'm literally perfectly still.
Oh shit.
We're gonna like go to like a new area in the game and just find a lone loot box in the middle of it. Why is it going so fast? What's happening? What the fuck's happening? Are you seeing that? Why is it going so fast?
Yeah, I thought this is always the speed.
Guys, it's going at like double speed. What the fuck? I can't stop! Oh my god, I can't stop! Hope was not crazy, I can't stop! That's not me! That's not I'm gonna get out.
Oh, it's taking me. Oh my god, it's going! No! It's stopped.
Holy shit.
Orca, hi sweetie, you're the cute one.
Hope, please, can you come put the materials in a
yeah.
I don't even want to try and fix that problem until we've repaired it.
It's so broken right now.
Holy shit.
Right? Aha! Okay, it should be in a locker right now. Cheshire Critter, what's shaking? Ew, who friend requested me on Discord?
It's probably a bot. Hey, I really like your profile picture.
We have no mutual friends or servers. That's insane.
If you don't mind me saying, I love your profile picture. I saw it in this Discord.
I saw it in this Discord. By the way, did you draw that?
The fucking game crashed.
No.
I'm not even joking. I got up to the submarine, it just closed. No message, nothing.
Oh no, I see you. I see you moving in like. No, we broke the game.
Oh no. How far back is it gonna be?
Please download my. Oh, is it your friend's birthday, Keith, at you, and you need me for a 5 to 10 minute video?
Thanks for the 11 bits. Ash and I were playing Helldivers, and we were fucking cracking up at the we were on the bug planet. We were on one of the bug planets, and it was like download data, download like hidden data on the planet. And we were laughing because we were like going, oh, okay, Hope, it literally just saved right before it crashed.
Thank gosh.
We were laughing because we were saying like, what data could we possibly be downloading from the bugs?
Right.
Like, we've got the enemy intel, and we look at it, and it's just like bug noises. Like, who fucking cares, right?
Whoa.
But then we were saying, what if we go there, download the bug data, and it's like, download my Minecraft mod pack.
Wait, where's the ship? Did you repair it?
Yeah, it's here.
Whoa, damn, friendly fire. I just deleted Pinkaroo's message. Hello?
Yeah,
I've done 3 check-ins this stream. Dude, my shit is breaking today. It's... Oh. This stream, yeah.
Damn. I can't believe Pank just got sent to the Shadow Realm.
Hermit
Not
game.
posting any memes in here, Kaiba. Who's host? Me. I know, Pank. I saw the message. And I'm furious.
Bye, Pank. Have a beautiful time.
Goodbye. Have a beautiful time. I am Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul. Oh my god, Lund on my way.
Alright, we need some copper wire, you filthy bitch. And we need
You filthy bitch.
Come to Brazil. Alright, Hope. Now that our Seamoth is repaired and ready,
Can we go
on an
aliens?
epic
Yeah. You know what girl I always think about? Take us to the aliens.
Okay.
There's a girl I do. It's yeah. What up? What up? Talk to me.
Everybody sing the game in like the Game Boy filter. Wait, it's kind of cool though. Dude, that looks cool as hell. Sorry, not sorry. That's cool as fuck. Guys, a Subnautica 2 on the Game Boy. Oh look, Hope, kilo worm.
I'm gonna put my dick in it.
But now I don't.
Whoa! For mom's sake, did you hear that?
Yeah, whenever. Have you not heard any of those before?
No, I have.
Okay. I'm just grabbing some stuff to make some water bottles so I don't die.
Hope, will you get a filter that you get everything pink? No, next question. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Don't ever fucking ask her that again.
Insomnia, what is that emote? It's so big.
You know what it looks like to me, and I could be wrong.
Is it a Meat Canyon
like
thing?
Ruckus.
Oh. Uncle Ruckus?
Isn't it? From Boondocks.
Oh my god, stop. Now I see it.
That must be what it is, right?
Maybe. It's Hamba.
Yeah, it's Ham. But you know what? You're right. When you're right, you're right. Okay. I'm just. Do you need to make any food or anything, or any supplies?
I left my supplies at the other base, so no. Uncle Hama says, pucker up me, moi moi. Oh my.
I'm bringing a water bottle for you. Now, you do realize that to get here, we have to pass that big squid.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Guys, check out Insomnia Wolf. I love him. He's so sweet and like sniffing things. Hi, Xenodragon. I love sniffing things. I'm sure. Wait, is this an autistic trait? Do you guys ever like smell something first before like doing or interacting with an object? Or do you ever like open the garbage can knowing it's going to smell bad, but you just have that like weird fucking like thing in your brain that makes you sniff? Is that true? Do you have that?
I don't.
Attic? How? I do. Yes, yes. Going for a wholesome little swim. Yeah, just for you, goofies. Hi, baby Blappy. How are you?
For me personally, I try to avoid sniffing like anything.
I wish I was like that, because I feel like I sniff things regardless of I know like in my brain what it's gonna smell like. What do you mean we're going out where the squid thing is? Is it here?
Oh, it's there.
Oh my god, look how big it is. Bro, why the music? Bro!
I'm trying to get under that bit there. Oh fuck, the crushing depth. I'm going back.
How do we save the crushing depth?
No,
do we have to go ourselves?
Now's our chance.
Nate! What do you mean I'm so high? What do you mean? Shout out to dads? Oh, Ratters, no! I'll smell you then, Ratters.
I guess we got past.
I've seen this show. Oh my god, it didn't chase us, W.
Why didn't it care?
We'll stop driving to it. Stop driving to it. We have the runes behind us.
Okay, you're right.
I'm on the outside. I'm the first one that goes. It's Sonic starts. It's Sonic fucked us.
You'll be alright. Oh. You'll be alright.
Move, please. 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 Please.
You can't get past it. Hope, should I fly inside its asshole? I fucking crashed into it.
Bro. My soul. Sacrifice, let me sniff. Delta, it's all yours. What are those things?
Yeah, that's why I stopped.
It's a repelling thing. Ew, what is that? Oh, they're the guards.
They do look like the guards, don't they? From like the warpers.
A whopper.
Whopper. Oh, do you say this gate thing? What is this gate?
Oh my god, stop. I don't even know why that scared me. What's down here? Is this where they are?
Hey, grab on. We'll explore it.
What about the crushing depth?
We got loads of room.
Nate, I love you.
This mesa has been eroded by hot radioactive water. Probable source, Titan rockpool. There may be an angel cone with useful adaptations nearby.
Oh.
All other microbial life in the seawater is dead. Use the sonic resonator to expunge bloom cankers and clear the infection.
It's like an arm reaching out.
Hold on, I'm getting off.
Whose persona is this?
Kind of looks like one of your pictures.
You mean my pornography?
Well, I was not gonna say in search of Shatter Anita. Guys, it's okay. You don't have to scream. I need to max win.
I need to max win.
Ow, you fucker. It requires unknown tool. Ow! It's eating me alive.
Well, look at all this lead.
Nate, how are you?
How do I do?
Bloom node.
What the
I hope
fuck?
everyone's doing well. If I missed you.
Look at this little guy.
In search of the Elden Ring. Did you hear her? She was like, in search of. He knows about the Elden Ring.
Foul tarnished.
Foul tarnished. No spookies. Oh, it wanted us to clear something with our Sonic thingy.
Yeah, but we can't. They close on us.
What do you mean? Wait, where's the sub? Where's the sub? I'm losing. I'm gonna die.
I'm coming.
Flash your lights to me. Thank you. I'm doing well, Nate. I'm squishing your face.
Detecting powered fabricator systems and construction materials. Advise construction of a regional base camp.
Yo! Wait, is she saying we should build our base here?
I think she's saying we should build a second base here. She said a regional base camp.
What did we get out of that?
I don't know. I didn't get anything.
Research outpost. Take
Sorry, boss. What's going on?
engine efficiency.
It's Boucher. Are you with your tadpole? Right outside, boss. What's up? Go direct southeast from the research base about 500 meters until you find the cicada.
Modification.
Flash your lights and make some noise. Ram it if you have to. Copy. Steer southeast.
There's a fabricator in here.
Ask why? Tuba, Singh, and Mel just printed back here.
We
They were
do
testing the
this.
upgraded scanner when Axum tailings attacked them, killed them, and took ISO. He's still alive. I've tracked his black box to the cicada wreck nearby.
We made it past Mr. Hentai.
Wait for them to finish him up.
I set my respawn here by mistake.
Try to scale
No, I just also did it on
I'll get
purpose.
the team out there to recover
Oh.
his effects.
Boss,
I think it's probably worth the risk, right?
Tails.
Yeah.
Like 2 adult needlers need to evade.
Boss, our tadpole has our only depth module.
Christ.
The depth pull module.
Yeah, but that means we know where there's a depth module.
Where?
Well, wherever they just said. Hey, let's listen to this thing.
Boot up NOA?
This is as far
Yeah.
as my pioneers come. They call this area the protected zone. There are references in the logs you may wish to investigate. A tadpole with a depth module went down south-southeast.
South-southeast.
165 degrees.
We have a depth module.
Cicada lander module came down bearing 127
Debris from a
degrees.
cicada lander?
A pair of smaller debris fragments splashed
120.
down bearing 105. There's a supply cache somewhere below this base. I'll begin searching for black box signals in the region.
Whoa, guys, there's so much shit here.
This base has been visited several times.
The visitors
within
weren't
the past
human.
10,000 hours. The visitors weren't human.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It's the aliens, the guards, maybe. Or something else. Gulps, it's just the fish.
Oh, actually, there's something that... So I have been here. There is something that I do want to show you that is, like, mind-blowing to me. That I have to show you.
I'm here.
Are you on?
Are we going down?
Are you
Hi,
on the sub?
Marcel. I'm on the sub.
Okay, I've got to show you
I'm
something.
Tokyo, you're so sweet. Are you gonna leave me to another scary thing?
No.
Look at that alien thing on the left. Do you see that? It's green.
I do, but what does that remind you of?
The aliens on Altera or whatever. That's how they constructed their bases.
It sure fucking is. Scan it, see what it says.
Scan Rosetta Stone.
The glyphs on this monolith
Axum.
present the same messages in 2 languages. The architect symbols known from 4546B and an unknown writing system designating
Whoa.
language Axum Radial A. Translation underway. Locate examples of Axum language to test and improve translation.
Oh, we have to translate it. Wait, so that's she basically said that's like what that is that like the AI from the Below Zero?
No,
or
no,
no?
she's saying no. Oh, first of all, Snap, thanks so much for the sub. And I had a big sip.
Snap, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. Wow, thank yous.
What she's saying is that this glyph has the Orcsum like that, so the aliens from this planet has their language on it, and the same language as the ones from the green bases on 4546B from the first game.
From the first
So,
game, yeah.
That means that the aliens from the first game, or who the AI ended up being, have been to this planet and have met the natives of this planet and built something with them.
Whoa.
Which to me has fucking huge implications.
Yeah. Snap, I adore you. Thank you so much. 30 seconds. I don't hold on to the thing.
I've never seen this before.
Where are
Oh
you?
my god. We call you architects. We call ourselves Orcsum. Oh, I didn't realize you can actually see the writings on the thing.
What are those? Hugs you. So we're at like a huge, massive discovery moment. Whoa. Lower. Oh, sorry. Lower. I'm on.
Oh, first of all, what the hell is going on in that cave down there?
It must be where the depth module is, right? I hear an upgrade.
There's something.
Holy hell.
Damn, we made it.
When those things,
Tailings.
when the tailings came after us, all I could think was we aren't going to reprint. This is it. I finally get to go outside, and the first thing I do is fire the spear.
Damn.
I just checked down here.
Sophie let you outside.
Why didn't I ever do any work, you mean?
Hey, you always seem cool. I just never saw
Yeah,
you.
Snap, it's good to see you. Thanks so much for thank you for the delicious hydration.
The delicious sub too.
Oh, what
Sophie again is mentioned. Oh, this is Twinkle. Sophie even mentioned.
Yeah.
Freaks me out.
Yeah, she asked me to listen to a recording once.
Thanks for talking me into leaving her.
What?
Whoa.
I mean it.
There's an upgrade around here. Stop for 2 seconds.
The maze field would have got you.
Do you hear that?
Twinkle.
No.
Wait, stop.
It wants me to go into the sea and feed myself
Down there.
to it.
It wants you to go into the seed?
Yeah, I know. Anyway. We can
Yeah, that's
stay
kind of
here.
like the whole thing is that.
Like the open plains. We can build there and start scanning for the Jubilee.
The Jubilee.
Transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Strike armor unlocked?
To any survivors of the Coral Gardens habitat, I am pursuing Nahima towards the World Tree. She has been compromised by Macefield syndrome and wants to eradicate humanity on Proteus.
Oh, this is
I
her!
have no idea where you are.
If possible, destroy the tree. Do not believe anything she
I
tells you.
truly do not see your dot anywhere. I have no idea where you are.
I'll find you. I'm safe.
Assume that
I see you.
failed. Find Nahima. Kill the tree. Good luck.
Find Nahima, kill the tree. Dude, that's Sophie chasing after Nahima.
Yeah, they're literally like, it's crazy to me to think that like.
Maxwell!
Like, I love that there's, you know what's almost weird is that there's this whole like subplot happening that we're kind of not even part of, but again, maybe we are. For all we know, we could be Naheem or Sophie.
I want to go back to that, maybe in the darker area, or where, because the depth module is nearby that base. It's just down southeast. It said.
I said it was 165.
I love you. See you.
I want to check this out though. Look.
What is that?
Well, somehow we managed to miss the big alien structure.
Yeah. The last one. Yo, Savage, it's good to see you, dude. How are you? I heard you got, like, aren't you sick again? Don't you have the flu again?
Hi, Savage.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
I was bouncing on it nasty style. Did you see that?
I did. I'm so proud of you. Dude, what in the outer wild structure is this?
You know what's crazy about this?
Mm-hmm.
So these, from what I can tell, given that they had underwater homes that were like open plan, are a fish species, but they were harnessing wind power. So they've like done the opposite. Like we're like humans that have learned to harness like water.
And they're...
Oh, we can scan it.
Oh, I couldn't end the scan. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, Savage. Yo, everyone, can we W Savage in the chat? Or happy birthday, Savage?
Happy birthday, Savage.
Take at a recent job fair I went to. Annoying.
Also constructed a power plant fresh water intake. Assigning alien species designation from TSF A-list. Builders designated Axel.
Right, they're the
I'm
Axel.
in. Hugs, everyone.
Oh, look at that. That looks like a big like star map or something.
Whoa, what the? It's a crop circle.
I guess so.
We can scan it, I think. Or am I high? I'm high.
Oh, you're high. Oh, God, why is the
Look behind, though. Wait, you found a way into that thing.
Oh, shit. Hang on, let me drive the sub in there.
How did I have vaginal expulsion? What is this?
We could just blast through. Yeah, and if we're lucky, Nahima kills us and fills our biobeds with concrete.
The door is unpowered.
Oh.
An Altera generator would destroy the alien electrical system. Locate an alien generator to gain access.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That's so cool. Hatch day!
Well, seek caloric intake.
Oh, my character's hungry. Hope, Static, hi, how are you? Wait, what are y'all doing? What are y'all up to? Y'all usually watch Andy.
Okay, let's get
Circles, the deep module.
Well, yeah, I know, but we need fish to eat.
Oh, okay, my fault. Circles, thank you so much for the raid to Attic and I. How was Skyrim? Blah, 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 blah.
Hi, Big Sago.
Hi, sweetie. I hope you're doing well. I am about to get high in a plane, that is. Are you? Where are you going? How was your stream? DigiArtist, hey, it's always great to see you. Friends, if you don't know who I am, I'm Hope. I'm your #1 Panda Dragon mom on the internet. And I play all sorts of games. I'm streaming with my bestie, Attic.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. 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 And somewhere we could find a deep thing.
I just caught a bunch of fish for us.
Ooh. Oh, we could use the fabricator, the alien fabricator here.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, it's good to meet everyone. Fans, check out Big Circle. They're really cool and really sweet.
Yeah, we love Big Circle here.
With the biggest
Big
of
triangle cheese.
Oh, you have to go hacking workies. Get some rest. Thank you so much for the raid for us. Hugs, you can't make me, but you can make him grow big. You can change his gender too, because they're gender fluid.
August, hi. Yeah. We're little Subnauticas. Subnauts?
Subnauts. We put the knots in sub. I mean,
we're just looking for some dogs.
I don't want to make people grow. I want you to make me grow, zombie. In my pit.
You don't.
Delinquent ghost.
Here you go.
Oh my god, that's so
you
much
don't want to make
food.
people grow? Well, then tell that to my underwear, okay?
Hi, Delinquent Ghost. Thank you so much for the raid. I've been wanting to see you stream screams. How are you? Wait, I'm following you, right? Though. I am. Okay, good. How was your stream? What were you? What's Red Finger? Hi, Raiders. Yeah, what about Domnautica? Hi, Rook. Friends, welcome on in. We're playing Subnautica 2 with my bestie. My name is Hope and this is Attic. We're exploring crazy shit and freaking out and all of that. Now we're trying to find something that makes our sub go deeper. You play. I love indie horror games. Southeast, Southwest. Do you want me to read it again?
He said it was at 165, didn't he?
It was.
Well, there was
yeah, but it was
120, 165, and 105, I think.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
I love indie horror games. Wait, how's a new thing?
It's Ruby again. Partial voice data retrieved.
I'm already tired and I want to sleep again somehow. Why is my monster TTS dying?
Expect to make it.
Hi, Savage.
It's not a productive mindset. Then again, perhaps it's a sign of trust in her bio.
Oh, I want meatball sub so bad. Oh, Helldivers 2 is I saw. Yeah. I want meatball sub. Guys, I'm so hungry. Like, when we hit that like 4-ish hour mark of streaming Subnautica, I almost want to like get comfy soon because I want a fucking meatball sub, but I'm not gonna get one.
Yeah,
but
I've got to go into university tomorrow.
Oh shit, you gotta sleep.
I've got to do that presentation that they moved.
That was I've been streaming a little bit longer because I wanted to get a couple of Tomodachi life chores done. And then
dude, I will always gobble my subs meatballs if they want it.
If they want it. I just did some of my
Are you on?
I'm on. Are you almost done? Oh, do we know where we're going? Are we just gonna go to the black box?
I was gonna go to Ruby 2 because it said 165 was the depths module and Ruby was at 165 bearing, so I'm assuming that Ruby has it. But also, check this out. What the fuck?
Zombie, I miss Marvel Rivals.
In the Karakoram ruins. My reprint site is base camp.
What is that?
This time they killed me right away. They really don't like us coming into the ruins. They're obviously capable of communication and social behavior. Why are they so damn hostile?
Oh!
To Nahima's research.
Ew, it's spitting at me!
On this world, not infected by the Protea virus. Maybe
are you nice?
The virus provokes violence against the uninfected.
Oh, Hope, what's this?
It feels too convenient.
I want to scan it.
Because they're sick.
Oh, me crushed.
Reason to distrust humans.
It's a needler.
They know we come back when they kill us. So maybe they are communicating. Maybe they're trying to teach us.
Coming.
You cross this line.
I need the FF14 Jollibee. What does that do? I want a Jollibee meal. Did you find it here? The depth module or no? Improved fins? Did you scan these?
I scanned all that, yeah. I can't go any lower.
Okay, well,
But
I hear an upgrade.
The ship.
I guess raise up.
And I'm gonna park it here. Right, I'm gonna go to Ruby's black box. What the fuck is this?
Wait, I found an upgrade, but I need the ship to strontium.
Delinquent goes, see you
Take
later.
care. Thank you so much for the raid account, sweet. Our friends check out Delinquent Ghost. They've been really nice and a pleasure to chill with. There's a fried chicken emote.
Sorry, boss. Couldn't make it to the southeast rack. Forced down by Needler attack. I gotta make repairs. They're waiting for me outside, and I'm all on med kits. I'm gonna dump my flares.
That's so
grab
cool,
the
August.
And swim for the research camp. See you soon, one way or another. Ruby out.
I always get annoyed with
Holy
like,
shit! I found somebody's thing.
Pressure-hardened vehicles are
Oh, you got
critical
it.
to deep water operations.
It's blinking red like crazy down here.
Oh, nice.
Tadpole Holly. Is there somebody in
like a
here?
new- Probably not. It's a new chassis. So we could probably swap out the one we've got to use that instead.
It's 1 out of 3 though. Where'd you park this up? Where'd you park? Where's the exit to the cave?
This way.
Hey. I'm okay on oxygen, but ending up.
Yeah, up here.
What upsets the attic beast?
Nothing.
Come back!
Oh!
Come back!
I'm staying still!
Sorry, I panicked. I lagged. Okay.
Are you on?
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh wait, hang on. You just
Do
got
we
the
need
crushing depth.
I
You
did,
got the
I
crushing depth
did.
module. Was it a blueprint or did you get the actual thing?
It was like a blueprint, like it was in a box right beside that crashed, the crashed sea moth.
That's a shame. I was gonna say
Hearing
if it was
voices.
actually oh yeah, if it was actually like the thing, we could have put it straight in.
Now we have to
Ooh, look,
construct it
wires.
like a bit. What is that?
I imagine. Whoa. Something somebody left behind for us.
Fire?
Anything to scan.
There's also an upgrade alien fruit back at that alien area, right? Because didn't the voice say keep our eyes looked
Yeah,
for
but-
like.
But we can't
Oh,
can't
we
break the
need
angel
to-
combs right
that's
now.
right.
Remember, it said we needed another tool.
Research outpost. Wait, we've been here, right?
This is the alien ruins.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Yeah, no, August, nothing really.
Zombie, I'm tired too. I'm ready for a nap, and I have to work out at like 5, 6, 7. Oh my god, in 3 hours? Oh.
Let me show you something cool.
What is it? I'm scared. Wait, where are we going? What is that? What is that? What's cool about that? What is that?
You mean the giant alien structure?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, I think these guys are a bit more advanced than the humans.
Oh my god, it's an entire... This puts our base to shame, dude.
I know. It really does.
I don't even want to build anymore after seeing this.
Oh god, look out.
What is that? What is that? I kind of want to see. Oh my god. Oh, it's that thing. If they are advanced, why are they dead? Checkmate. 6, 7! 6, 7! What's down there? Let's go down there. Do you see the light?
I can hear you pinging, but I can't see.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
Whoa, there's a whole power thing. I let go just to look.
Yeah, I can't go any lower.
You're fine, you're fine. I'm going to the thing. It's Zip.
Oh shit. These assholes.
Ow, it sucked me. You're getting scanned for that.
That's it. You're getting scanned.
Hope, are we gaming tomorrow? Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, you play games with other people beside me? Interesting.
Oh no, let's not talk. Zombie message me later. 6-7 has tainted this world. What is here? Do you see this area? Where are you? Oh, this thing is behind your asshole. Ow, it's biting you. It's me. It's biting. It's trying to bite you, but it bit me.
Are you on the sub?
I'm on the sub.
All right. Well, we know at the minute we can get speed upgrades, and now we can get depth upgrades.
Jacked flexes antlers. Oh wait, wait, flexes horns. I don't have antlers.
All right, should we head back?
Yeah, Flex is attic too.
No.
No.
Picks me up and fucking snaps my spine like bane.
My dad didn't pay his exorcist, so he was repossessed. That's so fucking funny. Stop.
I'm gonna grab a few more of these things.
What are? Oh yeah, I was about to say let's take a peek at like some of these materials. I like zombie. I like you. Wait, please. Please. Thank you. I'm on. What is that? What is that noise? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I truly have no idea.
Do you want to like swim a little closer to it just to see what's making the noise? It's probably just those guys.
Was it this way?
I'm so scared. Do you have the lights on?
No, I did.
It didn't change anything.
Oh.
Guys, I'm scared. No. Something is about to turn us around. Please. Where did you drive? Did you turn us around? I got the pop-up and everything. Please. There's 5 of them. There's 5. There's 6. There's 3. There's 3 of them. They're so close. They're so fucking close, dude. They're cool looking. Wait, they're actually low-key kind of badass though. Oh, to get close to scan one but not die. Look at it. It's kind of cool, guys. I saw another turkey yesterday being chased by a tiny comfy grapka. It was the funniest. What? No, Maxwell. I'm sorry. Why are you wanting me to scan it?
No, I just wanted to look at it.
Oh. We're going home, right?
Yeah.
Guys, why did they already put at least 5 different Leviathan class Reapers in the game already?
Actually, though, like, isn't that wild? I found out something really interesting about Subnautica 1.
What is that?
Yesterday.
What is that?
Yeah, it's the squid.
It's the tentacle. He's coming for us. Bro, please. Oh my god.
He won't come to the shore. But if he's all the way to the left, then now's my chance to go to the right.
Dude, I'll guess. Why is that in 5 years when our national governments tell us that the Reapers are coming? That's you in 5 years. Because we advanced too far in technology. What's up?
In Subnautica 1, did you know that the Reapers never respawn?
Really?
Yeah, so there's actually a set amount of Leviathan Reapers, and if you just kill them all, they're gone from your game permanently.
Oh. They never respawn?
I never knew that until like
my
yesterday.
fucking neck hurts from tensing from that entire experience.
See, as somebody that's not like afraid of like stuff like this, like it doesn't bother me at all. Like I see them, I'm like, oh, cool. It's always really interesting to me seeing people get like super tense.
I have no defense. Zombie is right. That's one reason why they removed the knife, is so we can't clear the dangers. Trinkies, I miss you.
Okay, I want to point
What's
out.
the bottom
that I feel
green
like the
thing?
obvious... Huh?
Oh no, it's just two. It's just two.
That's me.
The bottom green thing. What's the fuck?
I wanted that quartz.
I saw
I'm
something.
the bottom green thing.
I swear I saw something green over this. Oh, it's a fucking fish. Never mind. Where's the?
Fucking fish.
Let me grab. Let me grab. when it's my turn in the three-way. No, I'm joking.
let me grab. Wait, I want to grab it before it's finished.
It's Trinkies, I hope you're doing well. Oh my god, this stream has been so unhinged. I'm sorry, guys. Please refollow if you think I'm not this.
No. If you're one of the many unfollows I've had this stream, don't refollow.
Oh, it has to be bot clear. I don't understand people who unfollow. Maybe it's just they don't watch anymore, but I usually just chalk it up to bots. Like Twitch found them.
I'm gonna be so real. The last like 5 or 6 streams I've had, because I've got like my Twitch stats just on my OBS, right? And the last 5 or 6 streams I've had about like from hitting go live to ending stream, have lost like between like 5 and 10 followers every stream, and I'm like, holy shit, are people just tuning in and just going, I fucking hate this channel?
Wait, why the fuck did I follow this?
I know, I'm like, have I done something wrong? Have I changed? What happened?
Have I changed? That's what you
whatever.
like? Did somebody cancel me? Am I on Blue Sky somewhere? Did I like?
That is quite literally what I've been thinking. Is I'm like, has somebody made like a post like Atticmonster is fucking evil, and I just don't know.
Hi, Trinkies. I'm glad you can hear me. I want to partially say, at least, I can't confirm if it's like all, but I do want to say Twitch is doing something about the bots currently. I have to say at least one of them. I agree, Jad. No, that's my biggest fear, honestly, is like a post coming out about me. Not that I know what I did, if I like, I don't think I've done anything wrong. I'm sure I haven't. I don't think I have, but like it's one of those fears, I think, as a content creator, where like you could just wake up one day and someone who just had a bad experience with you or some shit just spreads your name with poison, and you're like, what the fuck?
I mean, it's not like I've not had that happen.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sorry, that's you've already experienced a little bit of my worst fear.
Yeah, I've had that happen quite a few times actually.
Wait, what?
Gets cheated on. Person that cheats on me tells everyone that I'm fucking evil. Hello?
Wait, some accounts get banned. Some people are just trimming lists. Some people just change. Yeah. My brain just remembered the Human Centipede song by Tom Cardy. And we see, I'm gonna hope. Is stuck in a human centipede situation. Who you gonna be taking with you, and where is everyone going? What? Oh my god, that's a crazy question. Me in the middle, obviously. No, I'm joking.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I think no matter what, you die in this situation. If I've watched all the human centipede movies, isn't I'm pretty sure the first one dies from internal bleeding too. I don't.
But they do get, they do get to eat ass for a whole film. That's pretty cool.
I'd have to have Attic in there, probably just because someone to keep me chill.
Oh, I hope I didn't know as if like. Could we still be the same after that?
I don't know.
Like,
that's the thing.
Do you think we would be streaming and I'd be like, haha, Hope, nice. I'd be like, nice cheek scars. They match they match my cheek scars. As in my ass cheeks.
Chat, I canceled Hope. I wrote a Google Doc. No, you didn't. Hope Doc gonna drop was how Hope sucked my wife dressed as Sonic. What?
Huh?
If the surgery is per Lund, I love you. Yeah, obviously the preferable position is in the front. I think greedy me would choose being in the front because at least I get to eat something. I don't know what the scientist feeds.
Oh, like food.
Yeah.
Not ass.
Kyle, do you want the cuttlefish or the vanilla paste? Right. Oh, the cuttlefish?
The cuttlefish?
He's trying to say vanilla paste. I will do it for you, Kyle-san. It's fucking South Park when they make fun of the whole thing. Hold on, Kyle. It's gonna be a bit.
That episode is fucking.
It's wild, dude, and it's all to power the fucking new iPad or whatever.
Yeah, like, what I love about that episode is that he's like, this is insane. You can't make me do this. And then they're like, did you not read the terms and conditions?
Yeah.
I love the idea that everyone else just like declined the terms and conditions for that.
Human centipede. Yes. I need to watch that. New South Park, guys, does drop in September, I believe. I like the recent South Park because it kind of made fun of everything current happening. What are we doing right now?
I am just making those batteries because right now you see we're using more power than we're making for some reason. But we have like a lot of battery. But if we can make it so that we store battery a little bit better, then we only need solar panels.
I see.
I feel like 6 batteries should be enough, you know?
Where are we in terms of also energy levels? Is this a good place to pause? Did you want to keep going? You've got uni tomorrow?
I'm done here.
Yeah,
I've got uni, so I want to go get some food and then go to bed. I'm a little bit worried about tomorrow, if I'm honest.
Why? Talk to chat. Chat your therapy now. What's up?
Yeah, chat your my therapy now. So tomorrow, I'll give you guys a quick rundown of my story. I'm a games dev student. I make games. We, as a class, started with 8 students, and we were making a game in this really shitty 2D game engine, right? Then people just, like, less and less... What the fuck have I just done? Less and less people were turning up to the class, and the people that were turning up were just doing no work. So it got to a point that it was just basically me and one guy doing all of the work. But we are now, part of our thing is that we have to go to a video games expo, and it's not just us, it's an actual expo thing in the town of where I'm doing my university work. And we have to go and present our game. Now, I'm gonna put it to you straight. This game that we have made fucking sucks. And the stuff that I've done for it is great. However, it was always planned from the start to be an 8-man project, and it has instead been done by 2 people. The whole thing, everything. And it's got no music, like no sound effects, nothing. Because all the people that said, "Oh, I'll do the music," didn't turn up to class and do it. "Oh, I'll do the sound effects. Oh no, I swear, I promise I'll do them." And it didn't turn up. So we've essentially got this fucking dog shit the game that's not finished. It's not very good. I now have to go and present this in front of people, like, in the public and shit. So my class tomorrow is 6 hours of me stood in a fucking room telling people about this game that I've made. And, like, the thing is, my teacher keeps going, but you can have real people from, like, real world situations coming in that will see the games that you're working on. I'm like, I don't want them to see this game.
Yeah, especially if you're not, like, that proud of it and stuff.
Yeah, I'm like, the thing is, I would be, and the stuff that I've done for it is genuinely good. Hey, you know what? Here, I'll show it.
Early access. Oh, guys, switch to Atticmonster really quickly if you want to see the game.
Yeah, I'll show you. I can't show you, like, the game itself, but I can show you something that I've made for it. If you give me, like, 1 second, let me see if I can find it. This one. Okay, so here, let's get the... This is all, like, art done by me. So this is how it would appear on, like, a 1080p screen. We've got like a dungeon, and it plays a lot like Zelda. And oh my god, yours and Hope's PNG. Yeah, it plays a lot like Zelda games. And you know, we've made this overlay. I've made like UIs and everything, and all the stuff that I've done is great. Like I like, not to suck my own dick or anything, but I've done a lot of good shit for this. I've made like, we've got like a whole like world map that I've made for it and everything. And you know, it's very simple. It's all stuff. It didn't have to be crazy advanced, right? But I have done a lot of work for it in this, and it's in this like sub Gamer Maker engine that sucks as well. So it's not like it's being done in like Unreal Engine or something. It's in this fucking terrible what's it called? Multimedia Studio 2 or something.
Multimedia. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's real bad, and it's like I hate to like dog on my classmates, but they have just done fuck all. And like, except for George, my good friend George.
George.
Yeah, George rocks. George is like the programming side of things. I'm the art side of things. But there's like a guy who's clearly just used like 5 sprites off of like RPG Maker, and then he's like, yeah, I've done 72 hours worth of work for this project. And it's like, what have you done? What have you actually done? Show us. Like, and he's like, oh, I made these sprites, and it's like, you clearly have just got these off RPG Maker. You know what I mean?
Oh, I saw the sprites.
They're not great or original in any way. They've clearly just been ripped from something. But he's put down that he's done like the most work out of everyone. It's like, no, you fucking haven't. But my fear as well is that because no one in the class shows up, it's just gonna be me presenting stuff tomorrow. I know it's gonna happen. I'm gonna get there, and I'm just gonna be fucking doing it all alone, and it's gonna suck. But I guess I'm also like, I'm stressed knowing that I'm gonna have the worst fucking standout of everyone there, and it's not even my own fault.
Yeah. I guess that kind of sucks if like, because other people might have like actual group members who attended and did the work and everything, and had a team of like 6 or something people actively working on this thing, and you're like, I had to throw this together and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Maybe you could tell your story about it though, like a little bit, like how your team started off with many members, and then it was just kind of left to you guys. What is this fish doing in here?
I know another thing I guess that makes me nervous about it, or like stressed about it, is that like I know that like so I've already passed this class, by the way.
W.
So I don't need to worry about like anything like that. But I don't know. I just don't. I don't like thinking about the fact that it's like, I don't like tying my name to it. You know what I mean?
No, that's fair. Ratters hugs you.
We love Ratters. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna be like it's not like I'm gonna have anyone from the fucking like people from like EA turning up or whatever. And I wouldn't want to work for EA, but this is first all the kid to mind. But you know, it's not like I'm gonna have like people from big companies going, oh, let's find a prodigy. You know what I mean? But
I'll tell my friend to hire you. Yeah, I need so much.
Do you want to go and get some silver, and then we call it a day? Because I want to make these. Actually, there's a cave right outside of our base that's got.
Yeah, we'll get silver, guys. You got us for a little while longer. And then I'm so excited for my tuna sandwich. Why can't I get on? I think you have to dismount the thing.
Oh, I didn't go into it. There's a cave right behind the base that's silver. I just went for a cheeky little swim.
A cheeky swim.
A cheeky little swim, mate.
Oh, everyone, what's your plans this evening? What up?
I was gonna say, conversely, the Unreal level engine that I made got a first.
Yo, really?
Yeah, which is like the highest grade you can get. So that was
honestly feels good. That was pretty poggers.
Chat, it was pretty cute. Okay, we need some quartz.
Quartz. None in my
We
pocket.
need some bloody quartz in it.
You might attend the workout in VR. I'm shy though, Jack.
Whoa!
But I'll
I've
be
not seen
there.
this guy yet. Oh.
Alright, let's talk about our Friday play. Tell chat Attic, what are you up to tomorrow? What's the stream tomorrow? What are you playing a game tomorrow? Are you streaming tomorrow?
Oh god, Castlevania again.
Oh my god, are you gonna still torture yourself? Are you gonna be okay?
No.
Guys, I'm putting up a sub goal, and if you make that goal, Attic has to never touch a Castlevania game again.
Like, you know what's bad is I feel like I've got like a weird version of Castlevania PTSD that I just mentioned Castlevania and all I hear in my head is da, 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 da. And it's like the fucking theme starts playing. I'm like, no.
Welcome back, Sneakies. I love peoples. You can meet my friends too, who bully me there. There's a big circle who like tugs on my tail and ears. There's a yellow mustard dragon who always calls me a cow because somehow he figured it out. It's my VR workout session that I go to.
Figured what out?
What? Who I guess somehow figured out how to call me to call me a cow. Yeah. Oh, let's take you back.
I love the one message there. I want to see VR Hope workout. Like, not that you want to be there.
I want to see VR. I'm not the greatest. I'm still getting good. Like, I still have to take breaks and stuff like that, but it's something, right? I want to see her workout.
I'm thinking of fucking Markiplier. Show me right now. Show it.
If you're coming right now, I want to see it.
I want to see it. Yeah.
Hi. Wait, who is that? Andrew. Hi, Lovey. I saw you playing yesterday. Did you win or lose? I hope you're doing well, sweetie. Thank you for the sub. Wow, 10 months. That's so sweet. I hope I thanked Snep enough. I have quartz. You said you needed quartz?
I got some.
Oh.
Awkward.
One win, one loss. Hell yeah. I'm gonna film it. It's already recorded if you watch the streams on Soaring Fitness. It's actually been game changer. We only tiny goof off a little bit, but I like focusing when I'm at workout, so I try not to goof off too much.
Oh my god. My
That's
stomach
okay.
is growling so bad.
Let's eat soon.
It's making me like gassy.
Fart into the microphone now.
Right now. Chat, for 1 billion subs, I'll fart into the mic right now.
Dude, I honestly, I would actively shove my microphone in my asshole and fart if somebody gifted 100 subs.
There's do you know who PokeLols is?
Yeah, I feel like I've heard them.
He's somebody that streams with like Germa and like.
Oh yeah, PokeLol, I'll do it.
PokeLols. He said the funniest things in one of his streams lately, and it wasn't like meant to be funny, but the way he said it like fucking killed me. Basically, one time somebody came to his stream, and the first like thing they said is he was on like a webcam, and the first thing somebody said is, like show belly for $5 or something, and he like he just thought it was like funny when fuck it $5 sure, and then did it. And this was like years ago, but apparently this guy still keeps coming around and always like says it. But then like he was doing a collab with Jama and Vinny, and the first thing he says when he joins the call is he just goes, Mods, just get rid of the fucking show belly guy. I can't do this today. And it's like, hey guys, what's going on? And like, they were like, what the fuck do you mean, the show belly guy? And he's like, oh, dude, I thought I was muted. So like, they
oh my god.
Get rid of the show belly guy.
Get ready for the show belly guy. Wow. Okay, now there's
the snake. See, you are skirting the edge of being banned here as well. We've said not
real.
to stop.
We've moved on. That happened a year ago.
Warning. That was fucking hours ago.
Gotta create a meme account. Go, do it, Fatal. Passive biomes. Sea skirmer. So I made the biolab here. I made the lights here. I brought
a meme account called the show belly guy. The thing is, people do shit like that.
Now I make. Oh, I need more bulb. Bulb.
You know what I always find. Something I love that people do is I love the people that make accounts on things like super fast. So like, I don't know. Let's say like Vinny is playing fucking, like, just an example. I'm just making something off the top of my head. But let's say Vinny was playing Club Penguin and then was slapping everyone. It was just like, dude, what next? Am I gonna meet someone called the Penguin Slapper? And then like 2 minutes later, he'll go into a room and there'll be somebody there called the Penguin Slapper.
That's so funny.
The people that do that shit, the like, Jonas, why did that message get banned? Was it a link? The people that sit there ready to just quickly be like, to like quickly make an account are the funniest people. Why is my game like weirdly muted? What's going on here?
I don't know. Oh, now I want to listen to it before we go.
Well, it's at our base. Why don't we listen to that and then call it a night?
Isn't it here? Didn't you build it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's at the base.
ISO? That's our friend.
They were never a friend of me.
Actually pasted a Blue Sky account. Also, brar.
Brar.
Stop that. Don't stop. Brar. Stop the Delta. We love bellies in here. We love bellies in here. I need more bellies.
I need a medic bag.
I need a medic bag. I need a belly.
Yeah, I hope for abiotic factor I grind everything solo.
No, I didn't. Sorry, go on.
I'm trying. No, you go on.
Nothing. I just built the wrong thing and used the materials.
I want to I've been doing a little bit of abiotic solo just to do something like use different weapons and go by like different routes by what I've been doing on our multiplayer save, and I've discovered so much cool shit that we didn't see.
Lizard. On
like multiplayer side.
What do you mean? Can you do something to make? What can I do to make you happy? Poop on the floor?
We do that anyway.
Oh yeah, true.
You wouldn't need a special request for that one.
Anything silly. I'm gonna be so real. My energy battery is at maybe 20%, 10%.
Yeah, honestly, this is a serious only stream.
If anybody does something silly in here, you're banned.
Somebody goofs off for even 1 second, I will put queso on you.
I want queso to. What up? We're building our bed here. Oh.
Do you remember that place in Subnautica 1?
I do actually. It's one of my favorite places. It's creepy. This is my. Wait, is that the tree?
That's the tree.
Oh. You can't dance in game. You could do this. Do you want to listen to the message? Yeah. ISO message that we can leave or. Zarland!
Okay.
We gotta get swifty. Oh my god, do I hate that song so bad. Oh, I clicked the ISO thing.
That's okay.
ISO tower.
A black box.
Survival specialist.
Survival specialist.
Voice data retrieved.
They are
Falling directly? Ew.
They have many limbs and complex mouth parts. It is pitch dark, but I can hear their clattering. The snap of their claws.
As a survivalist, ISO could be a model for your work. He shares your interests. Foraging, wildlife, self...
Oh. I didn't finish the message, but I just wanted to see if it updated. It's 2,050 meters over that way?
What is?
ISO's black box.
Oh, hang on. Hope, have you... Click on this radar thing.
Okay.
Okay, now, if you turn around real quick... I'll show you a cool thing. If you turn around like 180...
Did I do it?
Yeah, no, so turn around 180, like spin just to face the other way.
Oh! Stop!
Do you like him?
I love him. You did the thing I did to you in like the first stream of this game. Silence, I miss you. How you doing? Let's get chicken burgers.
You like, that was such a reaction. I mean, wow!
What do you mean? I already screamed.
No, it was funny. All right, yeah, let's get out of here.
Hope, Marky, hi, Lovey, how are you? Let's get out of here. We out.
I love what you said. It's 2,500 meters that way. I hate to say, we did build our base at the furthest possible point, I think.
Let's play this off stream and just build a massive base in each biome.
Yeah, we're just.
Bro, I already did. Stop. I'm getting weird vibes.
Yeah.
From you, Snake. It's not the greatest. Refund bases? Wait, what does that mean?
I don't know. I've been too scared to click it.
I'm too scared to.
Try it?
No, but what if it saves?
I don't know.
Oh, thank Marky.
Yeah, I'm gonna manually save.
Okay.
Should I click it?
Yeah. Yeah, click it. It will get views. What? What up?
If you click it, you can look at. It says you can look at.
Oh, your different bases?
Wait, what the fuck?
Whoa!
Oh, look at, as in it turns you in that direction. I was gonna say, what do you mean?
So we could straight up refund. Wait. That would be so easy. What's that base over there? That's 4,000. Oh, is that this base here? Do you see that? Is there two bases on your thing?
Yeah, what is this?
I think it's trying to point at us.
No, it's right. It was in here. It was like in this room.
Bro, what's
look,
moving?
If you do it.
How's that? What do you want me to do?
I don't know. All right, let's
Oh, you're right. Char Pie, how is you?
Right? Should we find somebody to raid?
Yes, let's find somebody to raid.
Guys, thank you for being here. You let me know when you've saved and logged out.
It's already saved for me. I'll just log out. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna have a freaking big ass sandwich, you know?
Can I tell you the craziest thing? So part of me trying to be more careful with what I am eating is portion control is like the main thing I probably struggle with, right? So what I've been doing is buying like microwave meals that are just the right size. You know what I mean? So I don't have to worry about is it too big, too small, whatever. If I just get whatever is the correct size already, I don't have to do fuck all, right?
Right.
When I was buying them yesterday, they all go out of date one day after another. So my fucking order of what I'm eating them in has already been predetermined by one goes out of date tomorrow, then the next day, then the next day. So I'm like, oh, if I eat them in that order, they'll all be in date.
Oh shit.
So my choice paralysis has been solved
No, by
rotting
them
food.
rotting food. Oh no. Yo, wait. Sharp, I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I give you hugs. Know that I believe in you and we're friends. Yes. I'm looking. We got Akram, Punk Roxy. Oh?
Punk Roxy is doing Bioshock. We could do a raid message that's like, we're stuck out here, let us in.
Does that make sense in the Bioshock universe? I've never played Bioshock.
Well, you know it's a city underwater, you penis.
Oh.
Did you not know that?
No.
What?
I just know of the daddies. Thank you for the
It's
headphones.
basically Subnautica if the base was already made and there was people in the tubes.
Oh.
That's crazy.
There's also Heckin' Bride too. I don't mind. I could raid whoever. I'm okay with punkies if you want to do punkies. Cooperative VOD is also streaming too as well.
I might go say hi to Punk. There's also...
Let's do Punk then. I don't think I've raided Punk in a minute.
We could raid Andrew Shouldice, the developer of Tunic.
I don't know that person. I've never played Tunic. They're gonna be like, how'd you like my game?
Yeah.
I'll be like,
He'll go, I guess you were streaming Tunic. And we'll be like, actually no.
Actually, no, something better. No, I'm joking.
Yeah. Literally anything else.
Yeah, let's do punkies then.
Remember, it says 0.
Didn't we? Wait. Didn't we already raid Punky recently?
Oh yeah, we did. Like
was that also our other Subnautica stream?
That was last week.
Not that we don't have.
Okay.
I usually like spreading my raids out, unless like you. I try to raid like once a week
You call your legs raids?
You call.
You're like spreading them out.
Pamder, hi. Oh shit. But we have, I don't know, Pocket Paris, Akram again. Do you know Akram? He's cool. He's chill.
I feel like I do know Akram.
He likes you. He likes you, by the way.
Everybody likes me except for everyone.
You allowed to raid people a bunch? It's always been allowed. I do like it too. Like I always try to find a happy balance of like making sure I raid my friends and the people who got me here like the most, but I also like spreading out. Do you know Phoenix Redtail?
I do know Phoenix Redtail.
Do you want to raid her?
Yeah.
She just hit me with a raid recently, so it's kind of like a raid back as a thank you, right?
Yeah.
Yo,
right,
guys, she's doing a giveaway for something. So if you get in, Rune Dice giveaway. She's giving out the Rune Dice game. All right,
I'm always giving away stuff.
Is she actually? Phoenix.
Yeah, guys, follow Phoenix Redtail. I feel like she's always giving away things.
Yeah. I'm ready to press enter when you are.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
I missed you, Panda. Thank you so much for joining, everybody.
Yes, thank you everyone for being here. It's been fun.
I don't know what our raid message is. We've finally awoken because she's playing Subnautica.
Oh, she's playing
Skyrim. Yeah, you're finally awake.
That's actually pretty good.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I'm gonna say, hey, you're finally awake.
Okay, I'll add in the friends. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, guys, make sure you follow us both. Yes. Copy any of those raid message. Whoever you're doing. Whatever emotes you have. I love you guys. We're both live tomorrow, by the way.
It was
right.
Yeah, it was chill day today, because I was just tired, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it was comfy vibey day. Gosh, I'm gonna be live tomorrow. The countdown's going, guys. I love you very much, Zangy Snugs. Say you love the Matic.
I do. Love Master, thank you for the follow. Yeah, guys, thank you for the love and support today. I hope you will have a nice evening, and if I don't see you, have a good weekend. But, but come check us out tomorrow.
Come check us out tomorrow. I'm playing horror games, and Attic's playing Castlevania. Love you, bitch.
Yeah, bye,
Bye.
I love you, bitch.
Bitch.
Why can't I type in this chat?
Why can't I type in this chat? Oh, is that Savage?